Good morning, Joy.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. This is Vivian. We're already here in the room. Technology gave us a thumbs up, so just let us know when we can start the convention.
We can hear and see you online.
Yeah, Edward, this is Ed.
Also, this Edward Adam Senior calling the meeting to order.
Okay, at this time, we're going to be doing the ayuk with John, going through the room. Yeah, Edward, kakito agenda mi the moment the silence been there.
Yeah, toy Konika, the Paunata, we got Chokasta, Imkutoni, Ayaswatu Mioxuki, King Unum Nika, Imkuchi, Vatayasata, Umioxuki, Jankalimatum Honia, Achtung Sania, Ilabutu Ayasata, Umioxuki, and the Paunata, we got Chok connected. Also, Konika, making a Mutayak Nespailum to Avayuk Nachtukutta. Chuksuko, Shamia, in Kutkunkai Galuta, no honey Tedliak of Soxukutak, Sikuyaksukut, Tangashiman Linganta. Tungina, Ukutsukhania, AVCP Pistai, Nituna Retukhania, Nomk, Namakutamania. Kutuvan Tungina, Utakas Kumayaksuki, Koni Chankalim Nasimi. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Amen.
Well, Adam, updated. Okay, thank you very much to our traditional chief, Edward Adams, for the invocation. The next item I'm going to be covering is the guidelines of orderly discussion on the second page after the handout or the booklet that was sent out to you. So I'll go through the guidelines here. Number one, only the 56 delegates will be recognized to speak. Please state your name and the tribe you represent before making your comment. 2 delegates may only speak on the topic being discussed. 3, There will be 4-minute time limit for each speaker. This is to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak. 4, you must be recognized by the chair or the facilitator before speaking. 5, each delegate may speak one time on each issue. Before a delegate may be recognized a second time, everyone who has not spoken yet and wishes to speak must be allowed to do so first. 6, at the discretion of the chairperson, a delegate may request assistance in clarifying a point he or she is making on the floor. Both the delegate and the person providing the assistance may only speak for a combined total of 4 minutes. 7, point of order means that your comment is off subject and is violating another rule. 8, no personal attacks. Keep your comments respectful. 9, please speak up if you do not understand what is being said. There will be a transition or translation provided. Also, to those on Zoom, I'd like to remind them that they need to press #6 to unmute your line. State your village and name each time you speak. If you have any technical difficulties during the meeting, call 907-544-1220, or there's a slight delay in a connection. So I will pause for a few seconds during voting or while asking for questions. If you are disconnected for any reason, please call back in. Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to present John Nielman. He's our parliamentarian. He's sitting over here to my left. He's been with us, I think, the last 5 years, somewhere in there, as a parliamentarian for our meetings here. And then we've got our Sergeant of Arms, Alvin Jimmy, the VPSO manager, which is sitting behind me here. And next item we've got is roll call to try establish a quorum. We have someone call roll here. See, we do have quorum. As you know, we don't have a quorum right now. So what we're going to do is come back at noon again to see if we do get a quorum. But I think we'll just go ahead and continue with the agenda that we've got right now. But we will be checking back at noon to see if we do have a quorum for the meeting to get started here. We have 27 delegates and I believe we need 38. So we're 11 short right now. So, okay, we'll go ahead and continue on down on the agenda. The next item that we've got is the safety moment, and that's going to be Alvin Jimmy, the VPSO manager. So I'll go ahead and turn the mic over to Alvin Jimmy.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, welcome everybody to the convention, and we'll do our best. So, as we have heard earlier, as Jack mentioned, masking is required at all times for here in the convention, who are here in the building, except when seated and adequately spaced 6 feet from each other. It's a shared hand washing, but we do have hand sanitizer right here. So if you do come in and go out, please sanitize yourself if you can. And also please maintain distance of 6 feet from each other. And I've seen that we are wearing our masks, and please keep your masks on. And if you're about 6 feet from each other, you can take your mask off. And also for any emergency things that happen, we have 2 doors right here. As we all see, the front door we came in and the door over there. So just for FYI, meet at the parking lot. Just in case we were to evacuate, meet at the parking lot.
Thank you, Alvin, for the safety briefing this morning. And I'd like to, thank everyone for patiently waiting for the meeting to get started. Like I said earlier, we can't go into any action items, but we'll go ahead and continue on down on the agenda right now as a work session. And like I said, at noon, we will try to get a roll call again to see if we can get quorum. So I'll go down the agenda. The next item that we're going to have is would be welcome address by Edward Adams, the traditional chief, and then I also got the welcome address. And then next after that, we've got the executive board introductions. I'll be calling each executive board member for their introduction. The next item we've got is a keynote speaker, Dr. Ellen Hodges, and then the YKHC special recognition. Then we've got the CEO address by Vivian Corthius, and an approval of the 2019 annual convention minutes and the 2020 annual convention notes. We can't do any business on that right now. But after that, we've got the administrative reports, and those are the program reports, the external committee, the AVCP audit and finance reporting, internal committee, then Nicholas Stout with Assurance Senior BDO, then at New Break. And at a state break, we'll do rules. We do have quorum. Then we've got the 2020 AVCP Convention Resolutions Report, and that's going to be by the Resolutions Committee. The 2021 AVCP Convention Review and Approval, if we do have a quorum. Otherwise, it'll just be a work session on that also. And then the unit caucus and voting, the sectional chief, that is also depends on if we do have a quorum this afternoon. But the unit representatives, the units 5, 7, 9, and 11, should have had time to caucus earlier. If not, you will be given about 15 minutes at that time to caucus and try to get your representatives. And then we'll talk about the date and the site of the 2022 convention. Then thereafter, we've got the ABC Tribal Member Award announcements, which is the Culture Bearer, Healing Hands, Elder of the Year, Parents of the Year, Public Service, Youth Leadership, the young woman. And later after that is the AVCP Regional Housing Authority election, which will be conducted by Mark Charlie, President and CEO of AVCP RHA. And then we've got the legislative updates. I'll be the moderator for those. Lyman Hoffman already gave his hard copy of his speech, and those were included in your packet. But the other 3 or 4 people, we will be having a short video on that. And then after that is adjournment. So at this time, we'll go ahead and call this a work session. And Edward Adams, if you're on, I'll go ahead and turn.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed,
Yes.
this is Marcy Shear from Native Village of Napaimute. I would like to request that under administrative reports that we receive a report on the CARES and ARPA funding AVCP received by total and then allocation to tribes, so that we have an awareness of how that money was received and distributed.
I'm having a little hard time understanding here. Could you repeat that a little bit slow?
Yes, and I apologize, we don't have that great connection. I would like, under administrative reports, probably the financial report for AVCP to report the total amount of CARES and ARPA funding received on behalf of tribes, and report to tribes how they allocated it to tribes and how much went to pool programs.
Hi, this is Vivian. Thank you, Marcy. We've taken note of that, and as we are sitting in the board, in the convention right now, if that is not included in the current reports that we're going to be presenting right now, we will definitely try to follow up on that. Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you. A follow-up request in the 2019 and 2000 work session and the 2019 annual meeting and the 2020 work session, there was 2 requests specifically for total budget by program, and for the budget to be reported to the delegation, and we have not seen that either year, so I would like that as well. Thank you.
Again, Marcy, thank you, and we took a note of that.
Okay, Edward Adams, if you're on, go ahead and start on your welcome address. Edward, I'll turn it over to you.
Tosu, Nita Cheka,
Neatamkin, go ahead. Welcome address on.
Honiho, Tang Hoti Manulingamta, welcome Makuchi, Ilawakania, Delicatetta, Asasu Honi, Nijunuta, welcome Makluki, Umunhonia, or AVCP Annual Convention Namuna. Tiulakacht Putonia, Makiacht Putta, Chairman Nak, welcome Makluku, Nagukuman Executive Board at welcome Maklukia, Koyana, Sikayu Tuchikonia, would look him to Mana, AVCP, Nasua, Yani Haka Honia, to Ashuluka. AVCP Pituxas Kutia. Kalib Nakpak Chickasanatia, Sloxuani, the Reagan Kunis Sloxonia, Tino Machika, AVCP. Makuta, Ilachuania, Ichunia was later, Imkuchuania. Amaniho Vishtuania. Tamakutamania, welcome Makluki. I'm smelling on Toya, Honiho, Koyana, Ilawakalucia, Ilawakacia, Tamakuchuni, Nijunicania, welcome Mama to Koyana.
Thank you very much, Chief Edward Adams, for your address there. I'm Thaddeus Tickune, and the chairman for the executive board for AVCP. And I'd like to welcome everyone to our 57th annual convention. I'm Thaddeus Tickune, chairman of the AVCP executive board. We are pleased that you are able to attend today's meeting. Before we start, I would like to thank the AVCP staff who have worked so hard in prepping for our annual convention today. The many hours they spent putting together the board packets, doing trial runs with the video to make sure that things run smoothly for this meeting. I know today we had a few problems with connectivity, but I'd like to thank them for also putting together the reports for us today. And I'd also like to thank the executive board for the hours that they spent sitting in our quarterly meetings, and also having to put up with the drop calls during those meetings and having to call back in. And also that the board members that did bring up their concerns so that staff and others within AVCP would be aware of the issues that they're having out there. This meeting was originally set up so that some of our delegates would be able to attend in person, and also others could watch via Zoom or call in over the phone in person. But looking at the increasing number of COVID cases within our state and in our region, the executive board decided to go with a all virtual meeting for today. Normally our convention lasts about 3 days, but the last 2 meetings have been done virtually. Safety and preventing the spread of COVID-19 virus was a concern. Although the meeting may be only shortened, it will be informative with the program reports, the audit, and the financial report. Thank you again for attending our meeting today. The next item on the agenda is the executive board introductions. And when I go through the, when I call off your names, if you could give me a short, brief introduction of yourself, where you're from, the unit you represent, and the tribe that you're with. So the very first one I'm going to call off is our Traditional Chief Edward Adams, if you could introduce yourself.
Kuyana, Mr. Chair. Tuda msawa nunameto miungutlo su yukto nakagaslaga. Maispakonia AVCP mia traditional chief law. I pakasu Amelia Yukon Nashok is Nyank the Guka Ulamadon Katohlunuk. It like only Saksutanga Wania and Kuchamia Maloku Chicago me. Mania Nunamikonia Yuktunga the Kwama State Kalo Pulat Akhwindun Skaksuku Askakuta Akmania Piai Mayaksanga 17 Misua Nunamikonu Natamutso Han Konia Ikai Munakuan Kan Makuta Nunamiko Pionaktachi Hamduna Kimas Ifkani Sam Koni Ayakama Ilama Koni Ikayo Kulokoni Pitchok Taksiku Chakak Mana Arinkayin Naksiku City Council Tribal Council Stulami Sutsalia 79 Hanan Kumasla Chingoma Hulukia Totten Konia Iwat Rania Sohoni Ayakunikum Naksani Sua Kimi Pifkania Ilang Sani Honi Ilani Honi Ilamin Ikayam Takhimi Sohoni Chapnakhan Honia Ayakuma Yaksinok Homa Hoyaluku AVCP Cotton Itaxoni Ila Quasimika Tomatum Koyamalachta the Hom Ila Putronia Paro Kulkupinakai 100 North Canania up Uportakuki Tangsani Koya Kalachta Konia Uportukua Israeli Kaisayokun Ranhun Kaisayoknifkanakua Amanatoya Islam Suyon Nukum Honkuta Honi Ukunta Awakanda El Tramta Nasundrit Satman Honi Samyosukun Koya Kaksuku Unokumi Tamaskon Uktuku Pekalku Atukrani Pichila Sinami Matum Ktoya Putkanalucia Ilan Kasmakutonia Nasan Richakuta Alitrak Street Taring Chika Tamana Kankaska Koyana. Good morning.
Sorry. My name is Thaddeus Ykhc, Chairman of the Executive Board of AVCP. I was born and raised in Bethel here. I am the at-large Chairman of the AVCP Executive Board and have a 3-year term with AVCP, which will be expiring. I am a legitimate traditional Native Council member and I've sat on the board for about 33 years. So it's been a while. So thank you. Next, I've got one thing I'd like to mention also is that those of you watching Zoom, that the person is on the screen there if you have Zoom. Okay, the next executive board member will be Cheryl O'Kitkin. If you're on, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'd like to welcome everyone to the AVCP convention. I am Cyril O'Kitkin from Kotlik. I represent Unit 1, Native Village, Kotlik, Bilmore Slough, and Hamilton. And I sit on the External Committee, and I'm honored to represent my unit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next is Scott Hess, Unit 2.
Yeah, good morning, Scott Hess, Unit 2 Rep. I am from Mountain Village, Alaska. I am under Avcp Tribal Council, and I oversee Avcp, Pickets Point, and Besky, and Avcp. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next up is Unit 3, Julia Doors.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Julia Doris, representing Unit 3. I have a 3-year term which expires in 2023. I serve villages from Lower Calskag up to Lime Village. I work at the Calskag High School. I have worked at the Calskag High School for 35 plus years, teaching culture to grades 6 through 12. I'm also president of Native Village of Calskag. And despite the connection troubles, thank you all who are able to call in.
Thank you, Julia. Next up is Andrew Martin from Unit 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin Andrew from Ykhc, Unit 4, with the villages of Akiak, Akiachok, Chuluksak, and Ykhc. I also sit on the internal committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Martin. Unit 5 is James Paul.
James Paul from Napaskiak, Unit 5, serving Napakia, Cascaville, and Napaskiak. And I serve in the internal committee and committees responsible for finance, legal, human resource, assets, and investments.
Thank you, James. Next up is Unit 6, Mary Albright. Mary, are you on? If not, I'll come back to you. Okay, we'll just move on down to Unit 7, Joseph.
Hello, good morning. Joseph here from Gungaganuk, representing Tantatuliak, Gungaganuk, Guiganuk, and Kipnuk, and I sit on the governance board.
Thank you, Joseph. Next up is Unit 8, Joe Azuluk, Senior.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm representing Unit 8, which is Kaponak, Makoyak, Yukon, Night, Tuksukpe, Tononakanam, Umkumit, and also I'm a Unakayak Tribal Council. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Next up is Unit 9, Roy Achek.
This is Mary Albright. My line went silent. I had to dial back in.
Okay, Mary, go ahead and introduce yourself then for Unit 6.
My name is Mary Albright. I represent Unit 6, which serves Atmao, Nunap, and Kasigaluk. I'm with the Traditional Council here in Atmao, and I serve as a treasurer. I regained my seat on the last election. My term expires on 2022, and I'm also in the internal committee.
All right, thank you very much, Mary. Roy Achek, if you're on for Unit 9. Okay, we'll move on down to Unit 10, Henry Small.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Henry W. Small, serving Unit 10, consisting of Equinox, Good News Bay, and Platinum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Next up is Unit 11, Robert Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Robert Hoffman. I represent Allotment here in Bethel, representing on the AVCP board. And I'm on the governance committee on the AVCP board. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next up is Unit 12, Christina Changsak.
Hi, this is Christina Changsak, Unit 12. I serve Marshall, Pilot, and Resolution, and I'm also on the governance board.
Thank you, Christina. Next unit is Unit 13. That's Raymond Oni.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Raymond Oni. I come from the village of Allotment, which is Unit 13. Unit 13 tribes consist of Allotment, Nunam, Chulunwik, and Imau tribe. I sit on the external committee as the committee chair, and my term expires in 2023. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you much, Raymond Oni. Roy, if you're on.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Roy.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Roy J. Atzik, Unit 9 representative for Chivat, Hooper Bay, Scan Bay, and Primate, and my term is up this year, but I'm currently on the E-board as a treasurer and chairman of the internal committee. Thank you. Have a good morning.
All right, thank you, and all the board members have made their introductions. So we'll just go ahead and move on down to the agenda. The next item that we've got up is the keynote speaker, which is going to be Dr. Helen Hodges, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Vivian at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to do a sound check first before I ask if Dr. Hodges is online. Joy, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Joy. Can I confirm if Dr. Hodges is online?
Hi, Vivian. This is Dr. Hodges. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Dr. Hodges, for coming to our annual convention. Before Dr. Hodges, we're at the point on the agenda again where we've invited our guest speaker, Dr. Hodges, to speak to the convention and those gathered on Zoom. My name is Vivian Corthius. I just wanted to say a couple words before Dr. Hodges spoke and described the reasons why we've asked Dr. Hodges to speak to us today and the process that we went through in selecting our guest speaker. So all of you know that the region has experienced the pandemic, as we have across rural Alaska and across the state, across the country and across the world. We've partnered with Ykhc and have asked Dr. Hodges on many occasions to help AVCP get through the COVID pandemic, in assisting our staff with numerous questions, in assisting our staff with our policies and procedures, and just the graciousness that she has showed to AVCP and all of our employees and the whole region. The process in which we selected her, invited her to be the convention speaker today, is that at AVCP, we opened it up to our staff to give suggestions. We had numerous recommendations for Dr. Hodges, and we took that recommendation through our executive team and to the executive board. And as the executive board put together the convention agenda this year, we recommended to our executive board invite Dr. Hodges to speak to our whole region about the pandemic. And again, this year's theme is we will survive this pandemic with hope and resiliency. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Hodges, this year's keynote speaker. Dr. Hodges.
Thank you very much, Vivian. I'm very honored to be here. I am going to share my screen here. So those who are online can hopefully see my slides. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Show. Excellent. I thought I'd say a little bit about myself for those of you who don't know me. My name is Ellen Hodges, and I'm originally from Minnesota, and I did my training at the University of Minnesota Medical School, and I did my residency in family medicine in Alaska. And that was the first time I came to Bethel, was in 2001. As a resident working at the Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation. And I fell in love with the place immediately. And I moved out here immediately after residency in 2003. And I have been here ever since. And it has been a privilege and an honor to serve this region. I come from a pretty large family. I have 6 siblings and many nieces and nephews. And I've been fortunate that 2 of my brothers have also relocated to this region. So I feel very lucky to have some family here since family is so important. So I thought I would go over the COVID-19 response from YKHC. And so I think of this pandemic in our region as having about 3 phases. And I'm going to go over things that have happened in each one of the phases. So the first is from March of 2020 to August of 2020. So last spring and summer, and then last winter, September of 2020 to June of 2021, and then starting in July to present day. So this is the pandemic curve for our region, and it's total active cases by test date per month. So for those of you who are on the phone and cannot see the slide, in the beginning, April, May, June, July, and August of 2020, we had very few cases in our region. We went from 1 case in April, and by August, we had experienced our first village-based outbreak and had about 51 cases. So in that first phase, we were doing a lot of preparation work. Dan Winkelmann, our president and CEO, activated our incident command and instructed us to make preparations for a pending outbreak. So we increased our testing capacity. At that time, it was very difficult to get testing supplies. And we stockpiled our personal protective equipment. At that time, it was difficult to get PPE to protect our healthcare workers. We did a lot of planning for alternative care sites. We ramped up our telehealth. We doubled our available beds, identifying alternative care sites. And we developed strategies for our staff to follow if a major surge hit. We set up an internal contact tracing team. It became apparent that the public health system for the state of Alaska was going to need assistance with contact tracing. So we set that up, run through YKHC. And we expanded staffing to assist in testing, village visits, and contact tracing. So for the second phase of the pandemic, you can see is our large winter surge. So starting in September, we started to ramp up cases, and you can see our highest month of active cases was in November with 1,600 active cases, and December and January also had extremely high active cases, well above 1,000. The reason for the sharp decline between January and February is our vaccination campaign. That's why the cases dropped so low after the vaccination campaign. So that's the reason why it dropped. So during this phase, in phase 2, that's from September of 2020 to June of 2021, our cases started ramping up. Widespread testing was made available for everyone. We had much better supply in our testing pipelines. Village response teams were prepped and sent out. We placed an order for a high capacity PCR machine, which was installed in July of 2021 so that we locally could do our own PCR testing. Prior to that, 99% of our PCR testing was send outs out of region, which has a very long turnaround time, up to 10 days, which really handicapped our ability to respond to outbreaks. We developed Project Togo and implemented it. Project Togo is the name of our vaccine distribution program, whereupon which we distributed vaccines. And I'll talk a bit more about vaccines in detail in a couple of slides. We set up weekly meetings to talk about precautions and answer questions. We talked with tribal and city governments. Many of you probably have listened to some of these updates. We had weekly meetings of school districts. We met with individual villages upon request, and we met weekly with internal staff to discuss the pandemic and answer questions. So last summer, or this past summer, I think we were all feeling pretty good. Our cases dropped down to a low of 65 in May, 65 cases per month, which was pretty good. At our height in November, where we were having cases, we were seeing between 135 and 150 cases a day. So to have 65 in a month really felt like we were doing well. And I think many of the people in the country thought we were doing well. But the Delta variant hit our state very hard starting in the end of July, and our cases started to ramp up again. So we went from 199 cases in the month of July to 583 cases in the month of August, and so far to date, 611 cases in the month of September, all exclusively the Delta variant. So we've noticed a large increase in cases. And you can see from the slide, and for those of you on the phone, we have not yet reached our height of cases that we saw this winter. So we have a pretty highly vaccinated population compared to the United States and compared to the state, which is probably what's protecting us at this point in time. But we are still having a very significant increase in cases. So during this phase, July 2021 to present, this is the Delta variant surge. We've been continuing our vaccination efforts. I just heard a wonderful public announcement on the radio this morning with one of our wonderful health aides talking about the reasons to get vaccinated. And I suppose many of you have seen the news that the Providence, Alaska Medical Center has instituted the crisis standards of care and rationing of care in Anchorage due to the lack of intensive care unit beds. So far here at YKHC, we have been able to transfer every single ICU patient that we need to a hospital in Alaska. But of course, we're very concerned because there is such a large lack of beds, and it is a very difficult thing to accomplish. So the entire state has been experiencing a lack of health care. And so there is a crisis standards of care committee for the state of Alaska that meets on a regular basis and talks about this and helps issue guidance to the healthcare providers in the state of Alaska. So the three key components to any pandemic response are prevention, first of all. In this case, it's vaccines, as well as masking and social distancing and avoiding large gatherings. Those are all things that we can do upstream to prevent an infection. Next is contact tracing. So we want to box that virus in and prevent it from spreading. This is talking to each and every person who has been infected with COVID, identifying every person they have been in close contact with, and making sure those people get into quarantine. Right now, today, there are over 1,200 people in the YK Delta who are currently on quarantine for being exposed to COVID-19. And then lastly, treatment of those infected. There have been many advances in the treatment of COVID since the very beginning of the outbreak, but it is a virus, and we still really have to provide only supportive care. We hospitalize patients in Bethel, and we medevac them to Anchorage for higher level of care as able. We also have a huge continued emphasis on testing well into 2021. As of September 2021, approximately 150,000 tests have been completed on residents in our region. We are one of the most tested regions in the state, a fact for which I'm very proud of. So talking a little bit about vaccines, we set up this distribution plan called Project Togo, which was an astonishingly amazing program, one of the most spectacular programs I have been involved in. We visited all villages using charters. 30 villages were visited in 4 days with multiple teams, and this was the initial rollout in December of 2020 to vaccinate our healthcare workers and first responders. We were able, right after that, to quickly offer a vaccine to all those aged 65 and older, and then to all YK Delta residents by mid-January. We were able to do this with a combination of vaccine supply from the Indian Health Service and the state of Alaska. It was an extraordinary project that I was honored to be a part of, flying all over the Delta, vaccinating our community health aides and first responders in villages to protect them from this virus. So all YKHC villages that have clinics have been visited. Most have received multiple visits. We do continue this on a weekly basis. We administer second shots as needed and first shots to new people who have chosen to become vaccinated. We give third doses to those who are eligible. So anyone who has an immune compromising condition is eligible to get a third dose. And stay tuned, booster shots will soon become widely available. The Advisory Council on Immunization Practice is meeting today and will give us direction on who is eligible. My understanding is that it will start with healthcare workers and those over the age of 65, just like the original vaccine did. But we'll make a public announcement when we're ready to start scheduling our booster shots. So our vaccination status as of September 21st, 2021, we track this in 2 ways. We track both the total population and the eligible population. Right now, people aged 12 years and older can get the vaccine. So our total population, right at 51.6% are vaccinated. And of our eligible population, so everyone in our population that is aged 12 and older, 67.5% are eligible. And that's the number that we want to see at 100%. The best way to handle this outbreak, the way we win, the way we get out of this is by vaccinating everyone who is eligible. We do hope that vaccines will be available for children ages 5 to 11 by Halloween. I have heard some good news from the FDA that the Pfizer company has submitted their final data, and now it's a matter of time for them to review the safety data and make sure it's safe for the kids in that age group, and that hopefully by Halloween we'll be vaccinating our children. So this is taken from this is a slide that is taken directly from our situation report. And it just shows our vaccination levels by sub-region and by village. Not every village has a percentage on there because we require written permission to publish the data. But for those who have granted us permission to publish the data, our vaccine status ranges from the low 30s in some villages to the 70s in some villages. That's the total population that has received both doses of the vaccine or a single dose of Johnson & Johnson. This is the alert level for our region, also taken directly from our situation report. As you can see, all of our regions are in a high risk transmission level. We will update this on a weekly basis. And you can see from this slide that the subregions have different numbers of cases. These are cases in the previous week, and this was published on Friday. So Bethel had 130 cases with a test positivity rate of 9%. So that test positivity is what we want to see, less than 5%, and then ideally less than 3%. The reason why we track that number and the reason why that's important is because if that number is above 5%, that generally means that the pandemic is out of control and we need to do more testing to help get people into isolation who are sick and into quarantine who have been exposed. So we keep a good eye on that, and that's one of our indicators that we're entering down into one of the safer zones. So this will continue to be updated as the pandemic continues on. This is the statewide alert levels as well. And I bring this up, it's all red for those of you who are on the phone and can't see this, it's all completely red except for a couple of regions in Southeast Alaska. Our region on this screen, we combine the Kusilvac and the Bethel census areas for the Ykhc Delta region. And our case rates have consistently been some of the highest case rates in the state, although unfortunately Utqiagvik is currently outpacing our cases and have more cases per capita than we do right now. And so we keep a close eye on this on the state level as well, because it's important what happens in Anchorage because it affects our patients so much and our people who live in our region so much. This is a slide that's impossible to read, and I recognize that. And what I have shown on this slide is a comparison by region of total cases per population and average cases in the last 7 days. And I've highlighted on the screen the Ykhc Delta region. What I think is interesting about this region is it's showing our case rates and how high they are. If you look at the third column over, for those of you who are on the phone, the Ykhc Delta region has a total case rate of 25,000 per 100,000, which is the highest case rate in the state and one of the highest case rates in the nation. The next closest region to us is the Matsu Valley, which has 15,000 cases per 100,000. So for whatever reason, and we have a lot of theories why it hit our region harder, is because we have the highest rates in the state. That just goes to show how hard of the work that everyone's had to do in partnership for controlling this pandemic. This is the epidemiology curve, the prediction of where this current outbreak is going. And for those of you who are on the phone, it shows just an increasing epidemic curve. There's a blue dotted line that right now is increasing very rapidly, and that's the curve that we need to bend down. The way we bend that down and reduce transmission is by encouraging vaccination, by masking at all times when we're in public, by maintaining social distancing with no large groups, frequent hand washing, avoiding gatherings outside of our homes at all times, so we can get that curve bent back down. This is a statewide curve. So what are some future risks that we have? Variants to the original COVID-19 continue to emerge. Right now, the Delta variant is 100% of the cases in the state and in the nation. But the more people we get vaccinated and the more we maintain masking, social distancing, and minimizing group activities, the better off we're going to be. So what is the strength here of the Ykhc Delta? And I think I feel very lucky to be in the Ykhc Delta during this pandemic. We do have the highest case rates in the state and probably some of the highest case rates in the nation, but I'm continually gratified by the support in the community for mitigation measures. It's common in many places to see people not wearing masks and being unpleasant about vaccinations, but here that's not the case and we don't have that. I was on a statewide meeting last night with providers from all over the state who are heartbroken by people who are vilifying public health officials on social media and in person. And there's some people who are experiencing personal harassment, and of course that hasn't happened here, and I feel very grateful for that. So we have a good sense of community. We have the wisdom of our elders to rely upon. We have a humility and the understanding that we aren't always in control of everything that happens. And then a shared view of consequences. I think that is tied into the community that's in this region and the resiliency of this region. And we have kindness. There is so much kindness in this region, both among the patients and the staff and the medical staff and those who are in charge of managing this pandemic. It's really heartwarming to see. And of course, a wonderful sense of humor for everyone. It is a very difficult time, but it helps to have a good sense of humor and compassion for our fellow human beings. So my last slide here is about how to get information. One of the problems with the pandemic that has been an epidemic in the pandemic is bad information or poor information. So just remember to get your information from reliable sources. The CDC has very reliable patient-based resources. The National Institutes of Health, the World Health Organization, the state of Alaska, and Ykhc all are reasonable sources to get your information from. We also update a dashboard daily, except on Saturday and Sunday, of all of our case counts, and all the information I was just talking about is updated daily. We issue a weekly situation report that contains a lot of good information summarizing the previous week's activity. And then for communities who have agreed to publish vaccination data, we do publish the percentage of individuals who have been vaccinated. And I'd like to close by thanking each and every one of you for all of your work done in our region. This is just an honor and a privilege to serve in this region, and I'm grateful for everything that everyone has done. AVCP has been an amazing partner in this battle to win this pandemic, and we are going to win. No pandemic lasts forever. We will get to the end of this. The cases are already starting to slow down in the lower 48. We are generally about 2 weeks behind their highest case rates. And so I expect in the next couple of weeks, this Delta surge is going to get better. And we will have future surges of cases. That's just how diseases like this work. But I'm convinced that working together, using our elder wisdom in our communities, that we can get through this as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ellen Hodges, for being the keynote speaker for AVCP today.
Dr. Hodges, again, thank you for all your work, and we're happy to see you wearing the Gaspak that we've gifted to you as our keynote speaker. Brianna.
Thank you very much.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and make we have a resolution that was passed by the executive board on 12th of August 2021, and it's resolution 21-09-04. The title to that resolution is in recognition of the Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation's COVID-19 response. Whereas the Association of Village Council Presidents, AVCP, is a recognized tribal organization and nonprofit Alaska Native Regional Corporation for its 56 member Indigenous Native villages within the Western Alaska, and supports the endeavors of its member villages. And whereas AVCP fully supports its member villages in all aspects of their self-determination, health, and well-being. And whereas on March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization, WHO, declared the 2019 novel coronavirus COVID-19 a pandemic. And whereas the Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation, Ykhc, is the health authority responsible for the COVID-19 preparation, prevention, and response in the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta, Ykhc Delta, and whereas since the beginning of the pandemic and continuing today, Ykhc has communicated regularly and frequently with member tribes and the general public to provide COVID-19 information and resources on preventing or reducing the spread of the coronavirus in the Ykhc Delta communities. And whereas from early in the pandemic and continuing today, Ykhc has made COVID-19 testing free and widely available. And whereas Ykhc has planned and executed a seamless vaccination strategy, resulting in over 15,000 fully vaccinated Ykhc Delta residents, a number which continues to grow. And whereas Ykhc staff have answered questions and provided feedback on COVID-19 mitigation policies and reopening plans to tribes, organizations, schools, and businesses, including AVCP. Now therefore be it resolved that the Executive Board of Directors of the Association of Village Council Presidents recognizes the Yukon Custom Health Corporation for its continued service to the tribes and communities of the AVCP region during the COVID-19 pandemic, adopted by the Executive Board of Association of Village Council Presidents on 12 August 2021. Thank you, YK. Dan, do you have anything to say?
Hi, this is Dan. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah, this is Dan Winkelmann, President and CEO of Ykhc. That's a very nice recognition. AVCV has been a great partner for the last, 18 months. We started on this last week of February, the largest education and communication campaign in the company's history. And you can go on our website and you'll see accurate and timely information on what the numbers are in the region and in the state, and a whole host of strategies and tactics on what you can do as an individual, or if you're the head of a tribe or a business, what you can do to protect your employees and your constituents. And one thing that I will say is that this recognition is exceptionally timely, because we are at the highest rates in the nation right now. Once again, we were in this situation last fall and winter time frame, and unfortunately we're back in that situation. So it's really important that we do follow the simple tactics of getting everyone we know the vaccine who's eligible, that we actively talk about it as well and promote it, and then that we also wear masks, and as well as do all the other hygienic things that is needed to help reduce the spread of COVID-19. So on behalf of the Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation, thank you again. I want to thank Vivian and her team and the AVCP Board of Directors for this recognition. You also did one several months ago, and it is appreciated. We will share it with all of our staff. There's a lot of staff who really help in doing all the work that you see and hear about that we've been doing for the last 18 months. And we have about 40 different directors that are on our incident command team. And then with them, we have hundreds of frontline employees that are working very hard every single day to make sure that we provide the best care possible to everyone out here in the region. And so on behalf of all our staff and a lot of the staff that aren't necessarily getting all the accolades, I want to say thank you, and it will be appreciated by them, and we'll make sure that we publish that and get this out to all of our staff, all 1,400 members of our staff. So thank you again.
All right, thank you very much, Dan, for your comments. The next item that we've got on our agenda is the CEO address, and that's from Vivian Corthia. So I'll go ahead and at this time turn it over to Vivian.
Good morning, everyone. Sound check. Joy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So before I start, we're set up here at the Cultural Center in Bethel. We have a table that's set up with staff and board members that we have very limited people here. We have all the support staff that are on the side, and there's no more than about 20 people here in the Cultural Center. And we designed it that way to protect everyone. We've also have a great crew. In the background here, if you take a look around me, I'm standing at the podium, and we have a whole set of technology behind the screens here. So as this is our virtual convention, if there are any issues or if you can't hear me, or something comes up, like it's been going on this morning with the phones and the Zoom connection, just be patient and we will figure it out. So I just want to take a little time out there and tell you that we're doing our best here at the Cultural Center, protecting our staff, and at the same time trying to carry out the convention for the tribes in the region. So thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead with my address.
Let's go ahead, Vivian.
Thank you. So I've prepared my address and I'm going to go ahead and present it and read it. And it should take about 10 minutes. Good morning. My name is Vivian Corthius. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. Welcome tribes, tribal members, delegates, executive board, guests, and staff to the 57th Annual AVCP Convention. This is the second virtual convention for AVCP in a row. The theme for this year's convention is "We will survive this pandemic with hope and resiliency." My message this year will be a little different. Every year I try to summarize AVCP's accomplishments in the past year and provide encouragement for the next year. This time I'd like to share 5 of the lessons that I have learned about AVCP and how important our organization is to the region. I was just asking for water. Lesson 1. Make decisions and keep moving forward. This past summer on June 1st, I returned to my office after 65 weeks of remote work at home during the first year of the pandemic. Like many of you, I was at first very apprehensive to leave my house after quarantining for so long. At work, I sat at my desk and noticed that my calendar on the wall still showed March 2020. The first thing I did in my office was to check and see if anyone else was there. It was very, very quiet. I sat in my chair and just took it all in. My mind went back to the day in March of 2020 when I made the decision to send all AVCP staff home to work. That decision was made based on the most current CDC guidelines, recommendations, and guidelines from Ykhc, and foremost in collaboration with the AVCP executive team. The lesson I learned during this time is that decision-making is not easy, but we continue to make decisions every day. These decisions can be very, very heavy. Living through COVID is not easy. It's not easy for all of us at any level, at home, at work, at school, and in every one of our villages. The important thing that is that we make these decisions to protect people, to protect families, to protect communities, and to protect our region. Lesson 2, partner, work, and appreciate those that know. We know that we cannot do everything all the time by ourselves, especially under the crisis conditions we have experienced in the past year and a half in our region. AVCP has worked with our sister organization, Ykhc, since the beginning of the pandemic. We have relied on the medical experts and government agencies not only to get the most current information out to our employees, but to help facilitate the many, many questions our staff had. Dr. Hodges has been very gracious and has made herself available to call into our weekly staff meetings, our COVID task force meetings, and has met with the executive team numerous times. We are very happy she has accepted the invitation to be this year's AVCP Annual Convention guest speaker. In addition, we are very happy that the AVCP Executive Board has passed and forwarded to the annual convention a resolution recognizing the work of Ykhc. I also want to thank the tribes directly for recognizing and thanking Ykhc for its critical role in our region to address the pandemic. Thank you to Dr. Hodges and all of the Ykhc staff and leadership for doing the incredible work you have done for all of us. Lesson 3, don't stop, keep going. A couple weeks ago, I was approached by an elder who spoke to me while I was waiting for an appointment at the hospital. We spoke just a couple minutes, but what he said is what I needed to hear. He told me that the work AVCP is doing in our region is on the right track and is appreciated. He said, don't stop, keep going. I wanted to make sure that this encouragement by the elders is shared and spread throughout our region. Our youth, our schools, our families, our communities, our tribes, our villages, and stop. We need to keep going. Lesson 4, this will pass. This past Monday, the Anchorage Daily News reported over 2,000 new cases of COVID over the past weekend and 5 new deaths. COVID-19 has touched every village in our region, and we have lost family and friends. We need to remain diligent. Get the vaccine, wear masks, wash your hands, and stay home if you are sick. Dr. Hodges has told AVCP staff many times that the way to get rid of COVID is to get the vaccine. I've been on countless virtual meetings about COVID-19 since the pandemic started over a year and a half ago. Last year, AVCP pivoted our services to operate under the pandemic, and we have learned to protect our employees, but continue to provide the services that our region needs. We have put into place every protection recommended by experts and encourage everyone to get the vaccine and follow guidelines or mandates in every one of our communities. I know it's very hard to hear this now, but in the long run, there will be a time when the pandemic is not with us. This will pass. Our goal is to get through the pandemic standing up. Lesson 5, protect our way of life. There are many layers of challenges in our region right now. Despite the public safety crisis, the pandemic, and now the salmon disaster, we need to keep moving forward. Recently, I was asked, what is the plan for the salmon disaster? At the time, I could not answer that question, but I knew that we had to use the process of improvement at AVCP to get the answer and create a strategy with input from everyone. AVCP created a strategy to address the decline and collapse of the salmon fisheries with input from staff, administration, and the executive board. It can be found on our webpage and is published in local newspapers. It has been shared at our quarterly tribal teleconference meeting recently, and we now ask our tribes to provide input by participating in upcoming meetings and efforts to gather information. A more detailed summary of the strategy will be shared under program reports later in our convention. To close, I have said many times over the past 18 months that we need to lean into the pandemic and come out the other end standing up. This is still my message. In March of 2020, I told staff to lean into the crisis and to come out the other end standing up. That is what we are doing at AVCP. We will continue to look to the horizon. We will use what we have learned and continue to make improvements no matter what the challenges we face. In closing, I would like to recognize and thank all the AVCP staff and for all the hard work and innovation to continue to provide services to our families, villages, tribes, and to our whole region. We will make decisions and keep moving forward. We will continue to partner and work together. We won't stop and we will keep going. We know that this will pass and we will protect our way of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian, for the CEO address. On the agenda, we had the 2019-2020 annual convention minutes, but since we do not have a quorum, we'll go ahead and continue on down to the administrative reports, which is next. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Ray Oni, who is the external committee chairman for their program reports. Ray, turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Raymond Doney. I come from the village of Allotment. I sit on the e-board as the external committee. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Liz Pedersen, our Chief Programs Officer, to give her report. Liz.
Thank you, Chairman Oni. Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. I've been asked to make an announcement at the start. The 2021 annual report is now posted on our website. So we encourage everyone to please go to the website and download the annual report. And as well, we've gotten the hard copies in finally today, and those will be mailed out to the tribes this week. My name is Liz Peterson, and I am currently the Chief Program Officer here at AVCP. I have worked at AVCP since 2015, formerly as General Counsel and as Chief Operating Officer. As the Chief Program Officer, I am ultimately responsible for all of the programs here at AVCP, and I work very closely on a daily basis with our 6 division directors and 19 program managers. This program structure, the CPO and 6 division directors, is new to AVCP and still being developed. At last year's convention, you heard about the proposal for the division structure. And in December of 2020, 9 months into the pandemic, our 6th and final division director was hired. You will hear today from all 6 division directors, as well as a special report from one of our program managers. Each director will discuss the development work that is going on in their division. The division development work started in 2017 in the first phase of the quality improvement process. Back then, AVCP had 23 individual programs run by separate program directors, and mostly they were isolated by funding source rather than program activity or service. Thus, many of our programs performed similar services. This was inefficient, and more importantly, it made it difficult for clients to access services, often having to go to several different departments to get their needs met. Between 2017 and 2020, we spent a lot of time at AVCP evaluating our programs and studying our funding sources to design program service delivery models to better serve our region. The work of combining similar programs and services is something that we call braiding. You take a function of one program and weave it together with a function of another program. Through braiding of services and funding streams, we have developed the division structure, but we have also identified dozens of ways that our divisions can braid their services together. The concept of braiding is something that we talk about on a daily basis at AVCP, and you will hear examples from each of the division directors here today. You can see in the slide on the screen each of the 6 divisions listed and the programs that are currently under each division. However, all of these divisions are still in the development phase, and many of the programs are in the process of combining or integrating services. In some cases, the names of the programs will change, and some of these programs will move eventually to a different division. Each step of this process takes careful, thoughtful planning and careful implementation. In 2021, our program organizational plan has focused almost entirely on division development. Next slide, please. The goal we set for ourselves in 2021 is to complete 50% of the division development by the end of this year. And we have set to the end of 2022 for the entire 100% division development. Although we have had many significant setbacks and issues this last year, I am very pleased to report that we are on track to meet our goal for 2021. You will hear today in everyone's report how the new division structure will improve efficiency and create much more of a one-stop shop model for our clients at AVCP, all of which will free up funding and staff time for more programs. These are the 3 main goals of division development: improve client access to services, improve efficiency, and expand our services. I want to take a moment to give an update on the right client tracking software you have been hearing about in conventions. Part of the division development plans, I have worked with our IT department, our division directors, and our program managers this past year to reevaluate software implementation. Since 2018, AVCP is working to implement software across many programs that would help bring the one-stop shop model to reality. This work has stalled over the years for many reasons, but with renewed effort and focus, we have created a plan to implement 10 programs into Right Track, with a tentative goal for complete implementation at the end of 2022. This work will allow programs who assess client eligibility to share information. This will cut down on the time that it takes us to process applications, and more importantly, it will cut down on the amount of documents and paperwork that our clients have to supply in order to access services at AVCP. The programs that will be integrated into the software will be the TANF Cash Assistance Program, LIHEAP, General and Burial Assistance, Tribal Workforce Development, the Housing Improvement Program, Head Start, Childcare, Vocational Rehabilitation, and Healthy Families. Finally, I want to take a moment to address the impact of COVID-19 on our programs. AVCP employs program staff throughout our region in 46 of our 48 villages, and it was vitally important that we continue to provide services to our tribes and tribal members while protecting the health and safety of our people and communities. And the work couldn't stop because of the pandemic. Because of course, there are many other challenges facing our tribes and communities. And yes, the pandemic has slowed our ability to provide some services and to develop our divisions. Yet all the quality improvement work that we have done over the past 5 years, and all the work that has gone into the development of our divisions to date, both before and during the pandemic, is what has allowed us to transition almost overnight to remote work plans, and yet continue to provide all of the services that you will hear about today. It has also allowed us to respond to other crises, such as in Ykhc and in the villages on the Yukon River this summer. And even despite everything, to implement new services like emergency pandemic benefit programs and the Napaskiak Public Safety Building Project. We are better now at working out of multiple funding sources. We have greatly improved our planning and budgeting skills, and we have streamlined many of the processes to improve efficiency, AVCP set a goal at the beginning of this pandemic of coming out of the pandemic standing up. The pandemic isn't over yet, but it is clear now that we will continue to move, adapt, change, and even grow despite these challenges. Thank you. It is with great pleasure that I introduce Kathy Nielman, Benefits Division Director.
Can you hear me okay? What about now? Better? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Waka. For those that don't know me, my name is Catherine Kakak Nielman. I was born in Kotzebue, but I was raised here in Bethel. I am the daughter of Bruce and Evelyn Day. I have been advocating and providing services for families in need for the last 17 years, and I've been a proud member of the AVCP family since October of 2017. Currently, my role is the Benefits Division Director, which provides oversight for the TANF and social services programs. And the core services of the Benefits Division is providing cash assistance to individuals or families in need to help them meet their basic needs, energy assistance or utility supports for low-income families, burial assistance for loved ones who's passed, emergency assistance for families who have lost belongings due to fire and flood, and nutritional supports through our Title VI Elder Meals Program. Next slide, please. This morning, I'd like to give you all an update on our Benefits Division development. As you can see from the slide, we at the Benefits Division oversee a multitude of programs that offer supports and benefits through multiple funding sources. Historically, each program has required multiple applications, different eligibility processing, confusing benefits determination procedures that truly has made applying for our services timely, inefficient, and stressful. We are in the process of combining all benefits programs into one single application that can allow for categorical eligibility. So in essence, if a family is eligible for TANF, they can potentially be automatically eligible for LIHEAP without needing to fill out that extra application. These changes will allow us to streamline eligibility processing, increase client accessibility while increasing our service efficiency. We are literally cutting the red tape and breaking down the barriers that have made applying for our programs challenging. Our Benefits Division training will begin the middle of October, and we anticipate our division development to be 95% complete by December 1st. Next slide, please. On this slide, I would like to share with you how we at the Benefits Division are braiding our services, which is increasing efficiency, accessibility, and expanding our current benefit services across AVCP divisions and programs. We at the Benefits Division have an amazing partnership with the Workforce Division. Currently, all case management responsibilities are happening at the local level. The submission of program applications using our current technology and new procedures will help ensure that our clients can and will receive their cash assistance benefits without jumping through multiple hoops. This is really exciting for us at Benefits Division and Workforce. The next important pilot project I want to share with you is a pilot project that we implemented in the spring. Benefits Division has started with a pilot project with the Community Development Division. Every year, our LIHEAP Energy Assistance Program weatherization component has been underspent. Knowing high energy costs can be related to drafty windows, we are working with the Community Development Division on helping LIHEAP eligible families with window replacements. It's this kind of direct collaboration and braiding of services that helps us increase our service efficiency while expanding our current service delivery. Next slide, please. On this last slide, I would like to go over on how the COVID-19, how it has impacted the benefits division. I am really proud to say that the benefits division has been fully operational during the COVID-19 pandemic. Caseworkers have been working on site as essential employees since benefit determination cannot be done remotely due to our lack of infrastructure. Hoyana to the benefit staff, your work truly does not go unnoticed. Another impact has been the large fluctuation of client benefits region-wide that we're continuing to monitor. With a lot of tribal funds coming in through CARES Act and ARPA, we have seen a decrease in families applying for our services, and we're monitoring that as the time is going on. And the result of that has benefits applications this year has been lower. Even though there were fluctuations in numbers, our services continued with robust spending. In FY21, we helped over 1,200 families with energy assistance, spending down the full award of $2.9 million. All of the FY21 LIHEAP beneficiaries will be seeing a sizable supplemental award, an energy assistance award next month, and payment should be sent out to the vendors the beginning of October. This will help clients with increased electricity and fuel costs in the coming months. Taking this all into consideration and knowing that many families' costs have increased, Benefits Division was able to support all TANF families with an additional $1,000 cash benefit last year in the month of December. And we were able to help 140 individuals with a $1,500 cash assistance benefit through our Welfare Assistance COVID CARES Act fund. We also helped send produce boxes to St. Mary's to help with food insecurities. And the Benefits Division used our Title VI CARES Act funds to send 700 boxes of cleaning supplies, care packages to elders and communities. These boxes are still currently being shipped out today. For transparency purposes, I would like to share with you how we have spent at Benefits Division our CARES and ARPA funding. Please note that programs, the fundings that we've received are tied to our programs specifically. These funds come with the same, all funding received is being used to support individuals and families who apply for our services and programs. The TANF program received zero money for the CARES Act, but we received 1.4 million in ARPA, and we plan on getting that spent completely in December of 2021. Our LIHEAP program received $711,000 in CARES that will be exhausted by September 30th of this year. We received 3.4 million in ARPA, and that will be exhausted by September 30th of next year. Our Title VI Elders Meal Grant through the Administration of Community Living received 136,000 in CARES. We have not seen any money yet for ARPA. And we plan on spending that through produce boxes and cleaning supplies for all 700 elders in the 12 communities that our program supports. Last but not least, our OSG Welfare Assistance Program received 212,000 in CARES Act funding that has been completely spent, and we have not seen any money in ARPA. I would like to close on sharing a couple important announcements. We are really excited to roll out the full Benefits Division training curriculum October through November, with a planned opening as a newly formed Benefits Division Monday, November 22nd. The Benefits Division, as I shared earlier, received a large amount of American Rescue Plan funding for our 2 large programs, and I really want to encourage individuals and families to start applying for our services now so you can be a beneficiary of some of the funding that we have received. And I'd like to thank you guys for your time today and introduce my friend over in Workforce Division, Sam Crow.
Excuse me. Liz, how would you like us to ask questions? How would you like to manage that?
Questions right now? We can take questions right now.
Okay, thank you. This is Marcy Shear from Napaimute. I have a question with regard to the eligible families that you're serving and the money that you receive, because it's my understanding that you receive money for every not every person in the region. It's based on population. And so by eliminating to the families that you're serving, you're missing a large population, I feel, or you could be. So I would like to have you explain how you decided that all of the money that AVCP would receive would be limited to eligible clientele, current eligible or past clientele. Thank you.
Marcy, the funding that, thank you for the question. The funding that Kathy Nielman was just discussing is those are the specific funds that we received into those specific programs. That doesn't represent the total amount of funding that we received for CARES and ARPA. All of the funding that we have received under CARES or ARPA has been designated per program for one thing or another. The funds that Kathy Nielman was just discussing were LIHEAP specific additional funding, so they had to be expended in a similar fashion. So in order for us to comply with the requirements of the funding, we had to spend on eligible applicants in LIHEAP, in the Welfare Assistance Program, and in the TANF program. There will be further reporting from other divisions who also manage programs who have received additional pots of funding. You will hear additional reporting on some of the programming and the expenditures there. And I believe there will be further reporting in the final as well.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Vivian. Just to interrupt and give an update on delegates, I'm gonna ask Thad to do that, please.
At this moment, we've got, I think, 31 delegates that are present for this meeting here, and we need a total of 38. We need about 7 more to get a quorum.
Thank you. Back to Sam.
Thank you, Vivian. Can you hear me okay? Good morning. My name is Sam Crow. I'm the Director of the Workforce Development Division. I've been here at AVCP since the spring, April 2019. I'm going to be reporting on the Workforce Development Division. And before I go ahead and start, I just wanted to say that when I think of the Workforce Development Division, I go back to, I hear Vivian's words where she says often grow your own. And so when they give me the opportunity to rename my division, I'm going to rename it the Grow Your Own Division. I come from a long background of education. I've been downriver in Napac and up here in Bethel. And it's really similar, our division, to my old career in education, which is really grow your own as well. In this room, there's some of my students that I taught that are now part of the AVCP organization, Jackie and Maria over here, and Audrey upriver, as well as one of my own students. So grow your own. Again, I'm Sam Crow. I'm the director. My mom is Lucy Crow. My dad is the late J.B. Crow. I really enjoy, as you can tell, working at AVCP and in my division. I work with a team that is totally committed to improving the lives of our friends and our neighbors by providing valuable services to our tribal communities. The Workforce Development Division is a huge team that supports tribal members. We have managers, coordinators, specialists. You'll hear more about navigators. All of these folks are fully focused on removing barriers to employment and also partnering with the Benefits Division and Kathy Nielman's group. This report, as I continue, really reflects the hard work of that outstanding team. The Workforce Development team includes VR, childcare, and TWD. Voc Rehab is uniquely built to support tribal members with disabilities and with their efforts to improve their work status, and efforts to support themselves and their families through subsistence activities. Childcare, another one of our programs, offers support for tribal members through financial assistance who work or attend school, and just like VR, participate in subsistence activities. I'm sorry. Keep going. Okay. And also TWD, which offers many services, including scholarship, training, GED, youth outreach, and brand new to TWD is benefits case management. Next slide, please.
I don't know.
Okay, moving on. Despite, and you heard from Vivian as well, despite the barriers we've experienced throughout the pandemic, our division has continued to build our division through the quality improvement process. I'd like to focus on just two of those improvements to our service delivery plan in the next two slides. First is the.
Excuse me for those of you that don't have your phones muted, can you mute your phones at this time so we won't interrupt the speaker? Thank you.
Lucky thing I'm not nervous. Again, back to the two significant improvements. The first one is the addition of the cash assistance case management. You heard from Kathy earlier, workforce development has braided services with the benefits division to provide case management. Navigators now are boots on the ground, client-facing AVCP staff located throughout the region. I'll share a map with you in a moment. Navigators are cash assistance case managers and our client's first point of contact to assist individuals and families to help them meet their basic needs. In the partnership and braiding with the benefits division, we have begun providing case management services for cash assistance beneficiaries. The braiding of services between benefits and workforce development division has given us an opportunity to serve cash assistance clients, in most cases in person. Navigators provide wraparound services to TANF cash assistance and scholarship and training clients while partnering with benefits to ensure tribal members are receiving support and services at the local level. When I practiced my presentation at home, my son kept saying, "Dad, why do you keep saying next slide, please?" The second thing I'd like to share is the streamlining of services for tribal members, and that's the braiding that you heard about from Liz and Vivian as well. We've begun to braid the scholarship and training functions into one program. The Workforce Development Division is combining its scholarship and training functions into a more efficient service delivery model where the TWD program provides all AVCP tribal members scholarship and to provide scholarship. TWD program providing tribal members with their scholarship and training needs there. Eligible clients can now seek services at 32 TWD job centers spread throughout the region. Case management for scholarship and training can now happen again, at the local level. The braiding of these services and division development provides a more direct way to serve our tribal members locally. Applications are being streamlined and the process for eligible tribal members to secure support continues to improve. We're making it better. Another aspect of the braiding of services, and this is new, is the funding is based now on clients' financial needs. In the past, AVCP has had set amounts for funding for tribal members, but now we're moving towards being able to expand that support based on tribal members' education and financial needs. You're going to smile when I say this. Next slide, please. This is a map of our TWD job centers around the region. As you can see by the map, Workforce Development Division is now embedded throughout the region, and we're not entirely based out of Bethel. AVCP has over 40 navigators located in 32 job centers across the region. And like I shared earlier, our navigators that are working in these job centers are client-facing boots on the ground staff that are providing that one-stop shop for service. As we grow and improve our outreach, it's important for the division to provide assistance locally and not depend entirely on just staff in Bethel. Next slide, please. Thank you. This next slide is to share a little bit about information during the pandemic. Throughout the pandemic, our division, the workforce development, delivered core services, including childcare, cash assistance, case management, scholarships, training support, and this was done all throughout the pandemic. Since the workforce development division is a client-focused division, we couldn't just shut down and go home. During the peak of the pandemic, many staff worked remotely. Childcare staff, essentially, they worked from their office when there weren't lockdowns, but most of the navigators, including most of our folks in Bethel, pivoted to remote, which means we worked at home on our couches, in our kitchens, etc. Despite the pandemic and the remoteness, staff were resilient and found ways to serve clients. My favorite story is how one of our village-based staff member printed some paperwork. She four-wheeled to a client's house, knocked on the door, stepped a safe distance away and called them on the cell phone and said, "Your application is hanging in the AC bag in your porch." To me, that's just such a great example of a way that the folks at the Workforce Development Division found to serve. I have a couple more things I'd like to share as far as successes. And again, we were pretty much on remote for the bulk of the year, but despite that, our staff has been able to recruit and process applications for scholarship and training. And just since January and during the pandemic and being on remote and hybrid, that group has been able to process over $1.4 million in scholarship and training funds for our tribal members. Another big accomplishment that I'd like to point out, and I think this one is remarkable. And it's the work that was done by Bev Turner and her child care staff. In the last year and all through the pandemic, child care has provided their core child care services of child care. The huge success was the impact they had on the region in the form of the CARES Act funds. During the COVID times, AVCP Child Care has supported the region through the CARES Act fund with over $500,000 in funding. This funding allowed AVCP Child Care to directly support our essential workers by providing child care for them. The child care program also sent out numerous health and safety packages, fire extinguishers, learning material directly to children across the region to do school work while they were stuck at home. Again, I'm really proud of that piece of work. In closing, and before I pass it on to Melanie, I'd like to end by saying thank you to the workforce development staff. The COVID could not stop their resilience and their commitment to the region. Through teamwork and resolve, the Workforce Development Division continued to provide a high level of service through strong leadership of Irma Goodwine, Beverly Turner, and Audrey Leary. I'd like to thank them for their leadership, and I'd like to thank all of their staff for the work they did this last year. Thank you. Up next from the Yukon is Melanie Fredericks.
Before the next speaker goes on there for the report, the time I've got now is 12:06. And after the next speaker, what we'd like to do is go ahead and break for the lunch hour. And we'll come back at 1:30 after the next speaker is done. But for those of you out in the villages that called in, if you could, just not hang up your phone, because we'll have problems trying to get you back on again. But right now we do have 31 delegates out there, and we do need another 7 more to make a quorum so we could take care of some of the action items that are on our agenda for today. So after this next speaker, we will be breaking until 1:30 p.m. and please don't hang up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Marcy Shear. I would like to make a comment and a request based off the last two presentations. Very good presentations. It looks like AVCP is doing amazing work, and you have good leadership both at the program level and the administration level. But what I would like to ask is that next year you consider in your presentation not only presenting, you know, the number of people served and that's basically what you're doing, like how many people did we serve, our families did we serve, you know, what is the unit, but looking at adding two more buckets. One bucket is to look at the prior year versus the current year. And then because you want to be looking at apples to apples, and you also have to look at the funding level, you know, what was your target versus what is your prior year, what is your target, and are you meeting your targets? I'm sure you guys talk about that at, you know, at the management level, overall management of AVCP, but it would be interesting for us to know those two things. One is prior year target, and then current prior year actual, target for the current year, and then current year actual. So you're looking to see how did you perform based on last year, and then how did you perform to your target. Then the last piece of information that would be very helpful, and it would help us to meet the goal or the request from multiple years of being transparent, is to actually show the budgets. So, you know, here's your budget by program. Hey, I have a, you know, $2.7 million budget last year, $2.6 million budget this year. So you see we're decreasing a little bit, but or we're static. And then it showing the service level. So that would be very helpful information. Informing information, not helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy, again for the comments. They're always good comments, and we'll take a note of that. Brianna, Marcy.
All right, thank you, Sam. Good morning. Again, my name is Melanie Fredericks. My Yupik name is Nachchuk. My parents are George and Geraldine Beans, and my grandparents are the late Fred and Domitilla Alstrom and the late Pat and Irene Beans. I was born and raised here in the region and have served tribes at AVCP since 2012. Currently, I serve as the Family Services Division Director. The purpose of the Family Services Division is to provide family wellness services through a culturally relevant and holistic approach to address prevention, healing, and encourage healthy families. It includes the Healthy Families Program, the Ykhc program, and Head Start. Core services provided by these programs are pre-K education and family support at established AVCP Head Start sites, culturally based education and wellness workshops with elders, case management, advocacy, and legal representation in child welfare cases, and wraparound prevention services for eligible families. Next slide. There are two phases for the development of family services. Currently, we are wrapping up the first phase, which includes implementing 2 of 3 units, tribal child welfare and prevention. The tribal child welfare unit will include all services currently provided by Ykhc, and the prevention unit will combine services currently provided by Healthy Families and Family Early Intervention and Prevention. By the end of this year, Family Services will have 2 of 3 units functioning with room for expansion. Phase 2 will focus on planning and implementing the 3rd unit for Youth and Children's Services and is currently set to be functioning by the end of 2022. Division development will improve overall efficiency, expand services, and improve client services by streamlining processes, developing new services, and supporting staff through higher education and training opportunities. Next slide. As you have heard this morning, braiding services throughout AVCP is a vital part of development and our quality improvement process. The Family Services Division is currently working closely with the Workforce Development Division to implement a clean referral process for families who apply for cash assistance benefits and would like additional support from other programs. Additionally, braiding, Ykhc, and home improvement services from the Community Development Division will bring small renovation projects to existing and potential foster parents in our region. In the coming year, Focusing on our children and youth will include an expansion of services through integrating Head Start and childcare, as well as partnerships in training and capacity building opportunities for tribal courts and tribal child welfare. Next slide. Over the past year, Family Services overcame many challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw hundreds of schools across the nation shift to remote learning and in-person services shift to virtual platforms. I'm extremely proud of program leaders and staff who came together to continue providing services in ways that have been meaningful and innovative. Despite no face-to-face interaction, ICWA staff provided child welfare case management and advocacy for 40 compacted tribes and over 500 children in state custody through telephonic communication with families, in court proceedings, and collaboration efforts with the Office of Children's Services. Head Start worked in close partnership with parents, tribes, and local school districts to offer remote education, free meals, and other daily needs to keep their students and families safe. This year-long effort took careful coordination to implement mitigation strategies while quickly and continuously adapting to community lockdowns, mandatory quarantining requirements, and staffing shortages. Not only did they provide Head Start services, but they helped to distribute hundreds of donations to students and their families that came from across the country as daily needs such as water, cleaning supplies, and clothing shortages caused increased hardships in our rural communities. The Healthy Families program successfully pivoted from in-person services to 100% virtual services. Elder facilitators from around the region modeled exactly what our cultural values instill in us: the ability to adapt, work together, and overcome hardships. They held a total of 12 virtual workshops and 6 elder sessions over Microsoft Teams and Zoom. While the challenges did impact the number of services provided, they took advantage of their time together to plan and implement a new virtual service called Healthy Families Mini Sessions. Each mini session is approximately 1 to 2 hours long and teaches traditional values and knowledge through stories and shared experiences. So these are just a couple of examples that highlight both the extreme challenges that we faced over the past year and the ways we successfully overcame them. Next slide. While not a part of the Family Services Division, guardian ad litems or GALs are very important in the child welfare system. We have 2 highly experienced GALs at AVCP. They are overseen by our legal department. Their role is to represent the best interest of children and youth in the custody of Office of Children's Services or the Division of Juvenile Justice. They are the voice for the best interests of approximately 200 children from our region. Throughout the past year, they've advocated for children in custody to achieve permanency by helping to find placement with relatives or tribal members, connecting them to needed medical, educational, and other services, and to prepare for life as an adult. They continue to use alternative methods and technology to connect with children and families due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. That's the report for Family Services Division. Thank you. Please continue to take care of yourselves and others. And I believe we are going on a break before we go to the next division director.
If you're done, we'll go ahead and recess until 1:30 and then at that time, at 1:30, we will have the next 3 speakers from the external committee give their reports also. So we will recess until 1:30 at this time. Testing. Okay. All right. We're back on we're off recess. It's 30 now, and prior to the last 3 speakers for the external committee, we'll go ahead and do a roll call one last time. I think this will probably be the last roll call. If we don't have a quorum, then the rest of the agenda is going to be informational only. So I'll go ahead and turn it over for roll call.
Okay, going down the list, starting from the first page.
Kinako ka yungay taka nitsungay nitsunga tsaksnakche. Waka. Okay. Waka huinga angapaw tuntutulay miungunga. My name is Angapak or Clarence Daniel. I was born and raised in Tunatuliak and now live here in Bethel. I've been with AVCP since 2009, first as the transportation director, and now in my current capacity since October of 2019 as the Community Development Division Director. At the time I came on board, all of the other program leads for the division were vacant, so the purpose and core services for the division were developed in conjunction with administration and tribally established priorities. The purpose of the Community Development Division is to help develop safe and healthy communities by providing community planning, infrastructure development, and economic development opportunities. Core services include surface infrastructure improvements and maintenance, safety program projects, home construction and weatherization, economic development and planning activities, and braiding of services to perform construction management for programs that do not typically perform construction. Next slide, please. CDD is currently in the funding coordination and planning phase, where we have reviewed revenue sources and met with program leads to understand their grant requirements. Next, we need to identify and combine compatible revenue sources to develop sustainable programs, then align those programs and division roles to determine adequate capacity for the division. We are on track to complete the division development by December 31st, 2022. A key division goal is to develop and implement a home and community assessment to better connect construction dollars to community development goals and increase project revenue for our communities. The expected outcomes for client services and increased access to creative improvement in construction services, for improved efficiency by way of lower costs when procuring construction materials across all programs, for expanding services by assisting other programs deliver construction projects through existing and proven methods. This will fulfill an AVCP vision to house all construction programs, all construction-related activities in one location, utilizing existing methods and expertise to streamline and deliver successful construction projects. Next slide. CDD plays a big role with braiding of services across all divisions. We have stepped in to deliver construction projects through our home construction renovation program and program lead, George Jacko. We are currently working with childcare, Ykhc, and Tuahi in developing the foundation for a solid client home renovation program with LIHEAP to deliver a window replacement project in Latham and Imangak, and with the VPSO program to build a public safety replacement building in Nabaskak. In delivering these braided services, we have been faced with short timelines, limited and challenging travel requirements, and a mirage of other issues here and there. But just as our fathers taught us, there are ways to cross rough seas. So we put our minds together and found solutions to the obstacles. Now I'm proud to announce that we are on track for delivering the first 2 braided services construction projects. Next slide. In 2020, CDD developed contingency and infectious disease safety plans that have proven to be useful in navigating the pandemic and guiding decision-making on our projects this season. The pandemic has impacted our construction projects in a variety of ways, causing delays due to villages on lockdown, impacts on travel and establishing crews, cost increases in materials, fuel and supplies, at times doubling or tripling. But the pandemic has also helped magnify some needs and weaknesses of our operations, especially with connectivity and hampering ability to perform vital work functions. I'm glad to report that if forced to work remotely, all my staff have laptops and alternative options to connect. A hidden benefit of the pandemic is the additional time it has provided us to work on the intricacies of transition within our division. Projects that we have been working on this season include for TTP, projects in Qipnuk, Oscarville, Pitkas Point, and a region-wide winter trail marking design project in which we received a finding of no significant impact, or FONSI for its NEPA, which is a long time coming. Something else that I failed to put up there is our TTP has also supported the Napaimute tribe with the Kuskokwim Ice Road the last two seasons, the last 2 years. Ttp Safety Projects for Weather Observation Unit, ATV safety classes, and in-reach personal locator beacons. HIP Home planned in Good News Bay, completing 2 previously awarded HIP homes in Allotment, and submission of the TAPR, which result in more housing awards. LIHEAP window replacement in Allotment and Imangak, VPSO public safety building replacement in Nabaskak. We all know this was not a regular year due to COVID, but despite the circumstances, we still made major contributions to the local economy, such as nearly $5,000 for local rentals in the village, $28,000 paid to local businesses for construction supplies, $30,000 paid to village corporations for gas and fuel, and over $200,000 in local force account construction salaries. This revenue is paid into the local village economy, which then revolves in those communities. Guyana. Now I'd like to introduce the Director of Community Services Division, Brent Latham. F.
Okay, Guyana. Okay, good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Brent Latham. I have been with AVCP since January of 2010, and I've been in various positions since then. Today, as of January 2021, I serve as the Community Services Division Director. Upon my hire, division creation process for the CSD was initiated through a strategic planning process with the executive team and the leadership team within the division, Alvin, Charlene, and Denise. We identified the following long-term vision. The vision of the Community Services Division is to support AVCP's 56 member tribes in exercising tribal sovereignty and to function at their highest capacity. Our division's core services are training and technical assistance to ATG compacted tribes in tribal operations and governance, training and technical assistance in developing and maintaining tribal courts, and providing law enforcement and public safety services. Next slide. There are 5 phases identified in our 5-year plan that break down the planning and implementation phases. However, by the end of 2021, we will have identified or completed the following: a vision statement, goals to achieve the vision, objectives, areas to improve efficiency and effectiveness, division structure to ensure that we have the human capacity to fulfill our vision, recruit and begin hiring process for the implementation phase 1 positions. That's what we envision to complete or initiate by the end of 2021. Next slide.
Zoom or the phone, we're having a little bit of a technical problem with the presentation on Zoom with the PowerPoint, so just be patient. Thank you. Hi, this is Vivian again. Brent, we're going to ask you to continue presenting your presentation. If the delegates could look in the packets, the presentations are in the packets, and we're on page 13.
All right, ready?
Yes, and we apologize for those of you on Zoom trying to get the slides up. So if you would continue, Brent, and the delegates, look on page 13.
All right, 1, 2, 3, go. The next slide is division development continued. So division development will result in 3 areas of improvement that our CPO earlier identified. 1, client service access improvements. CSD will have streamlined training and technical assistance in our core services. 2, efficiency improvements. Our division development process, during our strategic planning, we identified 4 areas to increase efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery in the following: training and technical assistance, tribal policy development, division administrative functions, and division outreach services. 3rd area, expand services and potential new ones. To meet our division's vision to support our 56 member tribes in exercising tribal sovereignty and to function at their highest capacity, we will be expanding our expertise to include new or modified positions that will strengthen our capacity to provide increased effectiveness in our training and technical assistance services in tribal operations, governance, compliance, and courts. If you see at the slide to the right, you see some boats there. To the picture to the right, it perfectly illustrates the intent of division development. There are programs within the division that are overloaded and having a harder time getting their boat on step. When we hunt, our elders tell us not to travel alone. Therefore, most of us travel in groups. And when one of our boats have a harder time getting on step, our fellow hunters in another boat help transfer the load, as you can see in the second illustration, so that we can all hunt efficiently, effectively, and most importantly, safely, as the 3rd picture portrays. If you go on to the next slide, I think our PowerPoint is keeping up, is braiding of services. Braiding of services, Napaskak Public Safety Building Project. Before I start on this presentation, this is a perfect example of how prayer works. Prayer works, whether we know it or not. In your council meetings that I have attended, there is always a prayer to start the meeting, and in most of those prayers, there's always an ask that goes something like this. Roughly translated to, help us work together as one mind towards a good path. And this is a project where all the entities involved and the people within have been working together with one mind towards a good path. Background. Going into the background, as a result of COVID, we were not able to conduct the level of recruiting and hiring of VPSOs that we were projecting. We were unable to travel to our communities to conduct fingerprinting, PT tests, and what is entailed in our VPSO hiring process. This left our VPSO program with a significant amount of projected unspent funds. Funds that, if were not spent by June 30, 2021, would go back to the state of Alaska. After discussions with our grantor, we had the green light to pursue a public safety building project. This was at the end of March. So Alvin, the VPSO program manager, and I put Clarence Daniel, who you just heard, on the phone, explained the situation, and asked, Can we spend these monies on a public safety building project by the end of June? He answered with a very hesitant yes or yeah, as long as the stars aligned. And the stars did align, and we successfully purchased the public safety building materials and shipping costs to Nabuscat, and to spend those funds down by June 30, 2021. Partnerships, both external and in-house. I would like to say a special thank you to the leadership in Nabuscat, the City Council, the Tribal Council, and the Village Corporation, each of whom have a commitment, a share in the project, whether that is to provide the land where the new police station will be, connecting the lights to the power grid, or connecting the water and sewer system to the community and conducting site prep. I would like to say a special shout out to Sharon Williams, Tribal Administrator, who's been our point of contact and champion for the community during this process. My peer Clarence Daniel and George Chaco with CDD, with their skill and expertise in construction. Melanie Urban with AVCP's legal for drafting all of the legal documents and contracts. Jessica Villan with grants and compliance for code development and compliance. And last but not least, our BPSO grantors, whose new flexibility has made this possible. Moving forward, today the materials are in Nabuscat. George with CDD is on the process of hiring a crew for construction of the building, and we hope that this building will be complete by the end of the year. In conclusion of the slide, we are hoping that this is the first to many public safety building projects in our region, aligning with our 2017 public safety facilities assessments. Next slide. Oh, we're already there. Thank you. High-level outputs, COVID-19 updates. Through the pandemic in 2020 and into 2021, each program within the division has been able to provide a varying degree of services. Both tribal services and tribal justice pivoted from in-person to virtual. That meant providing tribal court training series, tribal governance and operations training via teleconference, Skype, or Teams. That meant conducting technical assistance to tribal courts and tribal governments via phone. That meant providing in-person law enforcement only in emergencies where we have VPSOs, and follow-up via phone for non-emergencies. A level of non-contact services to keep our work and families safe through this pandemic while providing the best services as possible and coming through this pandemic standing up. So the specific high-level COVID outputs are: the tribal services team conducted outreach and technical assistance to the tribes to input their information to the U.S. Treasury portal for both CARES and ARPA funds. 55 of 56 tribes successfully inputted their information into the portal, U.S. Treasury portal. Tribal Services also receives calls on a daily basis and to this day for technical assistance and guidance in CARES Act and ARPA spending. A team from all AVCP also put together a 4-part CARES Act single audit training series, as many of our tribes were put over the threshold 750K for a single audit. This was a great concern that we heard from our tribes in unit teleconference and other forums. In this training series, part 1 was on CARES Act plus single audit basics on October 27. The purpose of this training session was to learn more about CARES when it was new and understand why your tribe may need to be audited, and ask questions to an auditor and a law firm with expertise in CARES. 27 tribes participated in that training. Part 2 was an OMB uniform guidance, December 9 and 10. The purpose was to how to be in compliance with per circulars. There were 22 participants. Part 3 was to learn about effective audit training. 8/10/2021. The purpose was to learn about preparing your tribe for an audit. And part 4 subpart is ongoing. one-on-one consultations. And the purpose is to assist the tribe in enhancing their internal controls, complete a year-end close, complete draft financial statements with your team, and assist your tribe in obtaining an auditor and facilitating that process. And all of this is dependent on the tribe's need. This is ongoing. As I said, 9 tribes are participating to date, and we do plan on continuing this service into the following years to ensure that all of our tribes have a pathway for success in managing their funds and completing a single audit. Tribal Services, in partnership with our legal team, also hosted an ARPA overview and Q&A session on August 16. The purpose was to learn about the differences between the 2 ARPA pots, one that was directly from the Treasury and 2 from the BIA ATG vehicle. Participants had a chance to learn what expenses were allowable and obtain ideas of how to spend those funds. There was an opportunity to ask questions from experts on ARPA, and there was 15 tribes present. In conclusion, I'd like to help address Marcy's question earlier this meeting. In the beginning of this meeting on CARES and ARPA funds received on behalf of our tribes. For ATG pass-throughs, just like CARES, MOA, and ATG, on behalf of our tribes, for ATG pass-throughs, CARES and ARPA funds. Just like the CARES MOA that we have with our ATG compacted tribes, we do plan on using that same vehicle for the disbursement of the ARPA received on behalf of our ATG tribes. So just like the CARES pass-through, AVCP does not or take any from your allocation. What we are doing for both CARES and ARPA ATG pass-through to take what we received and pass it on to you via an MOA. For ARPA, you should be receiving a letter along with an MOA request towards the end of this month, around next week, to begin the disbursement process for ARPA. So that's end of my presentation. The next presenter is John Mack. Boyana.
Hello, this is Vivian again. We are having some delay in our PowerPoint presentation. The last speaker is John Mcintyre. In your delegate packet on page 28, John will go ahead and start.
Yukon Jalko Kvichom clicking on Angai Masatak Makdrill Yakler. Good afternoon. My name is John Mcintyre. I'm originally from Ykhc, and my late parents' names are Thomas and Elena Mcintyre. I am the Land and Cultural Resource Division, and I've been working for AVCP since 1993. I was hired into this position in July of 2020 during the height of the pandemic. The purpose of the Land and Cultural Resource Division is to preserve our cultural and traditional history of the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta, to protect our environment, our land, water, and air, to protect our unique subsistence way of life through the promotion of self-determination of our tribes and our people, to provide trust and probate responsibilities to landowners in the AVCP region. The vision of the Land and Cultural Resource Division is to utilize cultural and traditional values and manage trust services of our land and cultural resources to enhance services to individuals, communities, and tribes. Under the development of the Land and Cultural Resource Division, we looked at our service delivery and to provide more services, the programs were divided into 4 separate programs. The programs are the Natural Resource Program, the Cultural Program, Realty Services, and the Environmental Program. We are currently working on expanding services to improve our service delivery to the AVCP region. As you could see, we are adding programs and will enhance our ability to provide services that are needed throughout the region. In 2022, we are looking at adding an EPA-funded program called Brownsfield. Brownsfield is a program that will assist tribes in the remediation of contaminated sites throughout the region. We have facilities that have been transferred to tribes, facilities such as old BIA facilities, old school district sites, old National Guard armories that could be cleaned and remediated for tribes to utilize. These facilities have contaminants that could be cleaned up so tribes will be able to use those sites for community gatherings or for much needed office space. The Brownsfield program will be able to assist tribes to identify contaminated sites, and once identified, tribes will be able to apply for EPA funds to clean up those sites. We are also adding a program under the Natural Resource Program called the Social Science Subsistence Resource Program. This program will assist tribes in advocacy and access to our subsistence resources throughout the AVCP region. Social science is a process of utilizing our elders' traditional and cultural knowledge to advocate for our subsistence needs. The Subsistence Resource Program will advocate for our tribes at national, state, and regional levels for our subsistence resources. And under our Realty Service Program, we are adding the Vietnam Veterans Allotment Act program. The Vietnam Veterans Allotment Act program is a program that will assist veterans who served in the armed forces during the Vietnam War and were unable to select lands during the passage of Ykhc. The Bureau of Land Management has opened tracts of land throughout the state for veterans to select lands. If the veterans are deceased, their families and heirs can select lands on behalf of the deceased veteran. For assistance on veterans, the Veterans Allotment Act, please contact Melanie Charles, who's the acting realty manager at 543-7366. In braiding our services, our realty services archaeologist was able to work with the AVCP Community Development Division Housing Improvement Program and completed the NEPA compliance work in Good News Bay. The NEPA process is one of those requirements that the Housing Improvement Program must follow in order for the program to be able to construct a home in our region. We are looking forward in working with the Community Services Division with future projects throughout our region. Next slide, please. With the Land and Cultural Resource Division, our high-level output during the pandemic, the AVCP IGAP program, which operates under the environmental program of the division, was the only IGAP program in the state that collected e-waste during the height of the pandemic in 2020, when the whole state was shut down. AVCP was the only IGAP program that was actively collecting e-waste. In 2021, the AVCP IGAP program successfully collected 180,000 pounds of e-waste that was shipped to Seattle for recycling. The AVCP Environmental IGAP program partners with Delta Backhaul with support from Donlin Gold to make this program successful. Other partners include Grant Aviation, Alaska Marine Lines, Ryanair, northern Arcargo, and the native village of Napaimute. During the pandemic, the Realty Service Program operated on a hybrid basis. This was done to minimize exposure and transmission of the virus. The Realty Service operated following strict in-house guidelines and CDC guidelines to provide its trust services to the AVCP region. Our environmental compliance work continued with consultations with BIA, as well as continuing working on projects throughout our region. Our archaeologists continued working with the University of Alaska Fairbanks on Native American Grace Protection and Repatriation Act efforts for the Bustalik area, and is preparing for consultation efforts with Kotlik once this pandemic is over. And as I mentioned before on the previous slide, the AVCP Realty Services implemented the Vietnam Veterans Allotment Act program, and the AVCP Natural Resources Program continued in providing advocacy efforts by participating in regional, national, and international meetings. In March of 2021, the Realty Service Program was audited. The Realty Services audit takes place every 2 to 3 years for its trust services. This year, the AVCP Realty Services Tribal Trust Audit concluded that AVCP Trust Services was rated as satisfactory with no audit findings. Through the hard work and dedication of the Realty Services staff, this accomplishment shows that AVCP is moving and has improved through the quality improvement process. Under the Land and Cultural Resource Division Natural Resource Program, AVCP worked with administration on the Yukon fishing crisis. Next, you will hear from Jennifer Hooper, the Natural Resource Program Manager, on what we have accomplished in our efforts to help our people on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Jennifer?
Excuse me, this is Vivian again. Just an update. We're gonna do another delegate check in a little while, so we'll do an update soon.
Okay. Waka, my name is Jennifer Hooper. I am the Natural Resources Department Director. I am from Bethel, raised here, came back after school and started almost instantly with AVCP in fall of 1997. My parents are Wasley and Donna Chris. I am going to provide some updates on several of the components that Vivian mentioned earlier today in the fishery strategy that we've worked on all summer. Updates will include information on the emergency response that has taken place this summer, the fisheries disaster requests, and then a few updates regarding our engagement. The first bit of information is related to the salmon donation distributions to lower Yukon area villages. AVCP helped to coordinate 5 waves of donated salmon from across the state of Alaska to the 19 tribes on the lower Yukon River and the Delta coast. The first waves of donated salmon were coordinated through Sea Share with salmon from the Bristol Bay and Kodiak regions. And the subsequent waves have been coordinated through the Governor's Office and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game with salmon from the Copper River region. And there has been recent communication that there could be another distribution effort. As part of our strategy, we also created a new specific to the Natural Resources Department AVCP Facebook page. The initial focus has been general information sharing, things on fisheries, the local refuge office, Fish and Game projects, partner organization information. We do plan to expand with other important topics related to resources and potentially inviting other programs to share information. Another piece related to the emergency response, which is a very important component, is documenting the current fisheries crisis. It is very important that we accurately and completely document how this fishing season has affected our tribes and the fishing families who rely on the Yukon River for their salmon. We've developed a survey with high-level basic questions asking people whether they were able to meet their needs, and if not, what they're planning to do for replacement resources. The survey will provide us with immediate feedback, and we do have plans later this fall and winter to gather more extensive input and experiences direct from the region via listening sessions that will provide the opportunity for individuals to provide a lot more personal information regarding their fisheries. There have been some very comprehensive articles on KYUK and in the Anchorage Daily News recently. And both John and I sat in as guests for one of KYUK's Coffee Talk radio shows last week. Now some updates on a couple of fisheries disaster requests. For 2020, a request was submitted to the governor by 2 Yukon fisheries organizations in the fall of 2020, requesting a disaster declaration for the Yukon, and one was submitted for the Kuskokwim by the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. The governor followed up with his statewide disaster request to the Secretary of Commerce in March of 2021. AVCP submitted a letter to Secretary Raimondo on August 3rd of this year, urging her to make a positive determination for both rivers. The governor's office then followed up with a letter himself requesting a status update. Jumping forward to 2021, we continued working with our Yukon partners to strategize how a 2021 request should be made, and eventually a letter was sent by the same 2 organizations who requested in 2020. AVCP followed with a letter of support to the governor on September 2, and the governor already, as of about a week ago, submitted a disaster request to the Secretary of Commerce for the Yukon for 2021. Efforts are now focused on the congressional delegation to identify potential avenues for funding. And if either or both 2020 and 2021 disaster declarations are approved, it will be up to Congress to identify funds. And then just another tidbit, AFN has also joined in with a support letter to the governor, and a press release is in the works, providing more information about the joint effort there. The last piece of information is regarding our engagement in various federal, state, and regional activities. The first is regarding the Magnus and Stevens Act Reauthorization Bill, sustaining America's fisheries for the future Act of 2021. A bill was introduced in the House earlier this summer, which came after AVCP provided recommendations on things that needed to change in the federal fishery system. The bill submitted by Representative Hoffman included the addition of 2 tribal seats on the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, and we are tracking the progress of that and are hoping it gets passed. The second piece is engaging in federal and state management processes to address fisheries that are potentially affecting our salmon. We have been working with several coalition partners for many years to try and address fisheries that have impacts on our in-river fisheries. Things like bycatch, hatcheries, other commercial fisheries across the state. There's a lot of interest right now, and a lot of organizations are strategizing how to engage at the various regulatory agencies and processes to try and make change. We will continue engaging where we can. The third piece is a state of the salmon field hearing to discuss, obviously, the state of the salmon in Alaska. AVCP submitted a request to the congressional delegation on September 8, requesting a field hearing. We had joint support from AFN, COERIC, and TCC, and we have not received any updates on this request yet, but we are hopeful. And the last piece is just that we continue to work with our regional and statewide coalition partners and our tribes. We are working with the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association to request and collect support letters and resolutions for the 2021 disaster request. And the more voices that support this effort will move it that much farther and will help strengthen the case for our current fishery situation. If you have any questions at all, please feel free to contact the Natural Resources Department and Guyana.
Guyana, Jennifer, and through the division directors for those excellent program reports. I want to thank the delegate from Napaimute. As we continue to develop our divisions, we intend to create the exact kind of benchmarking metrics and baseline that you are requesting. And we really hope to be able to report the kind of numbers that you've asked for next year as the divisions come together. So I really appreciate the request and we really understand and hear it. And I hope that those program reports were useful and that they gave you the information that you needed. Thank you, Chairman Oni, and we'll hand over the program reports to the administration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the external committee report. And at this time, we'd like to take a couple of minutes to get ready for the next slides, which are going to be the audit and financial reporting. Okay, thank you for patiently waiting for us to get all the slides up. This time we do have them up. So next, I'd like to introduce the internal committee for their report, and Roy Ykhc is the chairman for that committee here. So if you're on, Roy, I'll turn the table over to you now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can,
Chairman,
Roy.
can you hear me okay? Pardon me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Roy, we can
Yes,
hear
we
you.
can, Roy. We can hear you okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Roy.
Good afternoon. My name is Roy Ykhc, Chair of the Internal Committee. The committee members are James Paul, Martin Andrew, Mary Albright, and the staff that usually join us during our meeting, Vivian Cortius, Mary Kay Henry, Joy Anderson, and Jack Crow. At this time, I'll go ahead and yield it to Jack. Jack, you can take over from Jack. Are you on? Hello, Jack, are you on?
Test, test, test. You got me, Roy?
Yes, I got you. So I'm
Okay,
yielding it to over to Jack. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Roy. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jack Crow. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for AVCP. I've been with the company a little bit over 18 months. And I'd like to recognize our internal committee members, again, the chairman, Roy Ykhc, James Paul, Martin Andrew, and Mary Albright. We meet on a regular basis, and the very difficult questions they ask and are very helpful to us and pushing us for continued improvement with our financial reporting, and timeliness. So I want to thank that group. There's three pieces to the presentation that we'll give today. How did we do last year in FY20? That'll be provided by our auditors from BDO, BICI, with assistance from Nicholas if needed. The second part of the presentation will be your budget to actual on FY21, where we're at, how it might look for the rest of the year. And the third piece of the presentation will just be a touch on the budgeting for 2022 and what we think the future might look like financially for AVCP. So starting back with how did we do last year? And Vicki and Nicholas will regurgitate or mention that the audit was largely done remotely for the second year in a row. Everything, all the material was translated back and forth via the BDO web portal. Nicholas and the team did come out for a couple of days of eligibility testing in TANF where our files are not digitized and those needed to be done manually. But other than that, excuse me, our audit was done remotely. Before I hand it over to Vicki, I don't want to live our lives through the rear view mirror. We want to focus on the future, but I think it's important to understand where we've come from as a company financially. Just real quickly, in FY17, we had 14 findings. In FY18, we had 6 findings. Last year in FY19, we had 1 finding. And Vicki will report that we had 3 findings this year. So that's a pretty good indicator of improvement. We'll be the first to tell you and recognize that we have a long way to go in improvements. We still do the same work over and over, and there's a lot of room for improving our efficiency with regard to our processes to get even better. But the point is, I guess, that we've made substantial improvements, and we have substantial improvements yet to come in our accurate reporting for timeliness and recording and reporting. One of our goals this year in our audit was to keep the billable hours at 1,000 hours. In FY19, it was a little over 1,100 hours. And FY18, it was almost 1,400 hours. So that's also a pretty good indication of our preparedness for our audit and our getting more efficient. We don't know if we met our goal or not, but we'll know here. Our audit is pretty much complete. All we're doing now is wrapping up the subsequent event portion, which is the end, and then it'll be done. We also recognize that an audit is not a report card for performance. Quite simply, it's a right to operate. It's a driver's license, and as important as it is, there's lots of room for improvement. One of the goals that I haven't told our team yet for 2021 is our goal is going to be to have the audit completed for full presentation by the convention next year. So that'll be a good goal for us. But I'm also proud to report that our first draft of the audit for 2020 was 5 weeks ahead of where it was in FY19. So that's a continued, it's a good marker of continued improvement. As soon as our audit is final, which we expect very soon, maybe even by the end of the week, we'll publish it on our website and get it mailed out to each tribal council office. So with that, I would like to introduce our friends from BDO, Vicki and Nicholas. And Vicki's going to try to do a screen share. So give us a moment so he can load up his presentation materials. Vicki?
Hello. I'm just trying to do my screen share here real quick. And then as soon as I get that going. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And you can hear me well?
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Hello, this is honorable board members. This is Vicki Shrestha from BDO. I am the assurance factor in charge of your audit. And with me, I also have Nicholas Stout. He is the audit manager for the job. First of all, I would like to start by thanking all the staff at AVCP that helped us get through the audit. It was a lot of work, as Jack said earlier. The amount of hours it takes to get everything completed is a large number of hours. And as he had pointed out, we have been able to reduce the number of hours required to do the audit year over year in the past 3 or 4 years. And I do think what Jack said is correct. Like, we should be right around the 1,000-hour mark. We shouldn't be going up to 1,400-hour mark anymore for this year for sure. But all those things are dependent every year. Of course, if there are years where you get a lot more federal funding or state funding and you have a lot more compliance requirements that you have to audit more programs, then you could end up with more hours too. But overall, we've seen year-over-year improvements, and the audits are getting a lot more smoother for us as far as getting the information we're requesting and getting trial balances that are ready to be audited when we start. So anyways, that's a big props to your accounting and your management to get where you are right now compared to a few years ago. Again, the next thing I was just going to point out is we did present the wrap-up information and the financial statements, a little more detail on the financial statements yesterday to your Finance and Audit Committee. So today I'm only going to go over the wrap-up document that basically summarizes the results of the audit. So the screen, we have the wrap-up document. You should have this in paper too. And I'm going to go to a few pages where I have information that I was going to point to over here. So the first page I'm going to go to is page 6 of the wrap-up document. And if you want to follow along on the screen, it is the page called Status of the Audit. And as Jack said earlier, we have substantially completed the audit for 2020. Our audit was not just conducted for the financial statements, but because you get federal and state funding, our audit was also subject to government auditing standards and then uniform guidance for your federal funding and the state single audit guide for your state of Alaska funding. One of the things I also always want to point out is an audit is never absolute, right? So we take samples, we do risk assessments, and we focus on areas that we believe is riskier for your organization. And on top of that, because of the compliance requirements for the programs that we have to select for testing based on the requirements from uniform guidance and from the state single audit guide, we do focus a little more on those programs and the compliance and internal controls associated with that. And so the next portion of this, the third bullet point there, we expect to issue an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements. So next page over here, one of the other one, status of our audit, all the records and information we requested was made freely available for our inspection, and management cooperation was excellent throughout the whole audit. And I do want to point out that it was a difficult year again because of us not being able to go to the field work, and the audit is a lot easier when you can do it face-to-face with the client over there. But in spite of all the difficulties, AVCP was able to provide all the information needed, and we were able to send our crew for a few days to do the test work for the parts that AVCP could not upload onto the portal. So, but overall, even with the difficulties, we were able to get the information we needed timely, and all the information that we got was, as Zach pointed out earlier, everything was a lot ahead of the timing we would have got those information in the past. Next slide, results of our audit, accounting policies and practices. Just wanted to point out that this information is available in the footnotes to the financial statements. There was one new accounting policy or accounting standard that was adopted this year for revenue. Just to let you know that there was no big impact on your financial statement. Last year at the same time when I was presenting this, there was a major impact on the financial statements. In fact, your prior year financial statements, the amount of revenue recognized was almost like $49 million higher than it would have been in the years before. But that was because of the change in accounting principle. But for 2020, we don't have anything like that to report. Next one on the results of our audit is we're going to go to corrected and uncorrected misstatements. As we said earlier, there's been vast improvements. We did have 2 corrected misstatements related to grants, but these were information that we normally discuss with management and help reconcile throughout the process. But it was kind of like an expected one that we assist with management with. And there was some uncorrected misstatement from prior year that resulted in the grant revenue being a little bit higher this year, but that amount was also a correction from prior year that's already been fixed at this point. Internal control over financial reporting. As part of our audit, as I said earlier, we don't just look at the financial statement number. We start by getting an understanding of your financial reporting process. So basically what that entails is we have to get an understanding of the internal controls you have in place in regards to financial reporting. And because you're subject to federal and state single audit, we also have to get an understanding of your internal control over compliance requirements that are applicable for the programs that you receive from federal and state sources. So as part of that process, if we find any issues, then we group it into one of the 3 buckets described here: a control deficiency, a significant deficiency, or a material weakness. Control deficiencies are any issue that we might run across that we don't think causes a misstatement on your financials or any likely error, but there are things that management could improve to make the controls better. Something that could really cause the financial statements to be misstated would be a material weakness, and anything in between would be a significant deficiency. Any items that we note as significant deficiencies or material weakness would have to be presented to the board too. And in your case, it would also result in a finding, and that would be presented as part of the financial statements. So for 2020, we did have 3 issues that we are reporting on. One of them we're reporting as a material weakness, and this is a new requirement that came into play this year for one of your federal programs that we have to test for compliance. So as part of your compliance for your TANF program, whenever you have subrecipients now, there is a new requirement that any new subrecipients have to be reported on this new FOFADA website. So that process had not been established by AVCP yet, but I think through our audit that was noted, and now that's already in place, I believe. But that was one of the findings we had to report. The second finding relates to procurement, and this is a continuation of the finding from prior year. So the new procurement rules came into play just a couple of years ago, and this was found as an issue during the audit last year. But since when we found the issue during the audit, the year was already in process, so you couldn't do the procurement yet to get out of the finding for this year. So this, I believe, will be going away in the future too. And then the last one is related to some late reporting for state. We didn't have any problem seeing that the reports were filed to the state. It was just the timing, and some of the reports that we tested were filed a little bit late. So those were the findings we wanted to communicate to you. Other than that, we didn't have any significant change to the planned audit strategy. We're not aware of any consultation that management had with other accountants. We didn't have any disagreements with management. And then we didn't encounter any other significant difficulties during the audit. So that's the majority of the presentation and the highlights of the audit wrap-up document that I was going to go through. Any questions or any other areas you would like me to cover today?
This is Marvin Parent, Native Village of Marshall.
Yes.
Can you go back to the original misstatement, uncorrected misstatement, please? $208,000.
Yes. So this misstatement is corrected as of year end, But the way we have to look at it is, and this is not significant for your financial statements. The way we have to look at it is if anything was not corrected last year, then last year was a little bit off. So that correction is flowing through this year. So that's why we have to put this as an uncorrected statement. But as of year end, those amounts are correct.
So I have a question. This is Marcy. Sure, I have two questions. One question is the late financial report filings or the late grant report filings. You listed it as a significant deficiency. I'm curious, when AVCP has literally, 60 plus or 70 or 100 grants, how many do you find to make it a significant deficiency versus so that it affects the financial report?
Yeah, so what the thing you have multiple grants. We only test the ones for state. So I believe it was 3 programs that were tested for compliance because for state programs, once you hit a certain threshold, those programs need to be audited. And if reporting is a requirement for any of those programs, that's what we would test. So let me just look at the finding, and that will tell, I can tell you. So based on our test work, we actually tested, So we tested 2 quarterly financial reports and 4 monthly benefit reports, and then 2 quarterly. So the 2 quarterly reports were not submitted timely. And 2 of the 4 monthly benefit report was not submitted timely, and it was for your native family assistance program. So basically, the finding only relates to one of your state programs.
Okay, I have actually 3 questions, not 2. So the follow-up question or the second question that I had is AVCP required to do an MD&A?
No, because you report in you're a nonprofit. You report as a nonprofit accounting, so there's no real MD&A.
Okay. And then final question is for Jack Robert. Jack Robert, you said that once the audit was complete, that you would send it to the tribes and post it on the website. So I just went to the website because I didn't realize that you did that. And I didn't see it immediately or easily. So maybe you could just send me a link via email and maybe send it to all tribes. This is the last year's report. And then of course this year's report. So thank you.
Yeah. Oh, the audit is not completed yet. So it's almost completed. We expect to issue sometime next week.
Thank you, Vicky. Jack here, anything else? Vicky?
No, not from my end. And if any other question, I would be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Marcy, just for clarification, when our FY20 audit is complete, we'll post it on our website and get it mailed out to each tribe. And our FY19 and 18 audits should be posted there already. Did you say that you couldn't find it?
Yeah, I didn't see it easily, so maybe I just was not looking in the right place. And I was asking you to send me a link. I am interested in seeing it last year. I think that we asked for that as well. I don't know that it was sent to the tribes. If it was, it didn't get to the council level in our case. I don't believe.
Thank you, Marcy. Joy just sent a link in the chat to the FY19 audit. So I think if you can click on that, that'll bring you right to it. And if not, I can email you one out. Okay, thank you, Vicky and BDO. And that was the first part of the presentation is how did we do last year? And then the next piece is how are we doing so far this year? And this is a very similar report that we presented during the convention last year is a budget to actual for the first 6 months of our fiscal year, which runs January to December. And these are preliminary. They're not quite fully closed yet, but give a pretty good indication of where we're at. And so starting, the slide is being shared. So on the left column, and this is from January to the end of June, and again, these are preliminary, and it's a very similar report to what we presented last year with our organization-wide budget and how we were performing through the first months of the year. So our total annual budget for expenses is just north of 80 million. That's up by about 7 million from prior year. Our year-to-date expenses in total as an organization is 23 million. So our year-to-date budget for that same period is 40 million. So our year-to-date, we are $17 million under budget to date, and we'll hit on the majority of those variances so you get a good feel of where we're at. So the first big bucket of the $17 million under budget variance is salaries, wages, and fringe. And that amounts to a little bit more than a little bit north of 5 million year to date as an organization. As you'll note from last year, that's a very similar trend that we have a lot of vacancies organization-wide that we need to fill. Some are in places like in our transportation and construction programs, where last year we didn't do very much construction or transportation programs. And as Clarence reported, we had a few projects going this summer, but not nearly as many as we thought or had planned on, largely because of COVID. So those are drivers of our decrease, our variance in salaries and wages. A couple of things that we've worked on this year to address filling vacancies is developing a training program for existing employees to help give them the tools for advancement and to do their jobs better. The other action item is that we're in the middle of right now is a compensation assessment. There hasn't been one completed at AVCP for quite some time. So we really don't know at this point if our salaries, wages, fringe, our compensation is market competitive. We expect to get that done, completed by the end of the fourth quarter so we can incorporate that into next year's budget. So those are two things that we're working on. But I think next year we're going to be spending a lot more time drilling down, not just the organizational level, but at the department level on what our vacancy rates are and things we can do to improve our hiring, including recruiting. The next bucket of our variance for the first 6 months of the year, and it's a trend that continued from last year, is we're just about $1 million underspent on travel. And it was pretty much the same thing last year. We already did more travel than we did last year, but still with COVID and now especially the last few months, we've really reduced the amount of travel just because it cannot be done safely. I mentioned earlier, the next big bucket of under budget is in our contractual bucket. Most of that 2.9 million year to date is for professional fees in our transportation and construction division, and that makes up a big piece of that. The good news is that the things that we don't get done this summer, we'll be able to do in future years. In addition to the contractual bucket, the supplies bucket of the $1.6 million that's under budget, 1.5 of that is for construction materials. So you can see the theme of things that we've planned to do that we weren't able to execute largely because of COVID is a driver or is a factor for us this year. But again, the good news is that we'll be able to address those in future years. Something that Kathy reported earlier in the benefits report was our assistant payments for TANF were under budget, which we weren't expecting during COVID, but our kind of our windage guess is that our eligibility decreased because of all the COVID payments that folks received, and they're likely to have become ineligible. And moving on, our next big bucket of our under budget is our IDC collections. That's as a result of their contract support payments we have not received those yet, but expect to here very soon. Last year at this time, they had turned those payments, our report, and turned that into a payment within 60 days, and that hasn't happened this far. So where do we expect to be in the next 6 months? Some of this is going to pick up a little bit, but we're likely to, or we will finish the year under budget again because of travel and everything that we've outlined. Marcy, you had asked some questions earlier about, I got to get to my right page here, about CARES Act and ARPA funding. And so I broke it into fiscal years, and I don't have the exact numbers, but in FY20, AVCP received, not directly, the money wasn't for AVCP, but they were either supplements to our existing grants. So we didn't have any discretionary funding. I think BIA gave us about 234,000 to use for COVID-related activities at our discretion for AVCP, but everything else was program and specific and supplements to our existing grants. So in FY20, that amounted to just north of 8 million. And of that 8 million, about 6.7 million was for the ATG tribes. And then the balance, a smaller amount, was programmatic in nature. Now in FY21, and we're only 8 months into it, 9 months into it. And again, this money did not come to AVCP to use at AVCP's discretion, but it came through existing grants. So that money has to be used based on their eligibility requirements and their very specific use requirements. So we have some say, but again, it's based on the grant requirements. We've received north of $32 million to date of CARES Act and ARPA funding in FY21. Of that, 11.5 million came through the BIA, through AVCP, and that will go to the ATG tribes. And Brent mentioned earlier that we'll be working on the MOAs for the disbursement of that here in the next couple of weeks. And I want to mention again and overemphasize that AVCP does not necessarily set the eligibility requirements for most of these grants. In fact, the ARPA money that came via the BIA and is going to pass through AVCP to the ATG tribes was based on the number of the tribal enrollment that each tribe reported to the BIA. And BIA used that formula based on tribal enrollment as a methodology for disbursement. And again, just for clarification, and that's a different methodology that the Treasury used for their disbursements of ARPA and CARES Act money that went from Treasury direct to tribe. So there's a variation in methodologies.
So exciting. So can I comment on that, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you for that information. That is very valuable information. And the reason there's a couple levels of why it's so valuable. One is because one of the things that I consistently ask over the past is for transparency and aid to tribal government, the money that AVCP is receiving on behalf of tribes and how they're deciding to allocate it. So this is going to be a challenge for you guys. And I'm anxious to see how you guys, AVCP allocates it because it was based on tribal enrollment, the ARPA, but so was the tribal priority allocation money, which is the aid to tribal government. So interesting. I'd love to talk to you about it at some point, not online. We look forward to that. The second question I have or comment I have is that the deadline to spend these funds. So initially AVCP told the tribes when they received their first CARES Act funding that it had to be spent by 9/21. And it's a contract. And so Napaimute is struggling with that because verbally AVCP has, and I'm sure this is of other tribes, has extended that deadline and said, no, if you haven't spent it, you can carry it over, but they haven't told us that in writing. So I wanted to confirm that, if you're able to do that. If not, then just put it on your to-do list and send a notice to all tribes within the next couple of days. So thank you. Good information. Thank you for addressing my concerns and my question right on target.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy. A couple of things. One, the dates for the original CARES Act money through the BIA has changed a variety of times, and we haven't gotten anything in writing from OSG or the BIA. So we're operating on, there's a deadline, but there's also internal discussions, not just at AVCP, about that funding may have come through the compact and therefore may be there might be other options out there available to us. So we're trying to weave through that regulatory web like others are. And we're trying to get a straight answer just like you are. But I wanted to mention again, so we're absolutely clear that the ARPA money that's going to come from BIA through AVCP, the disbursement won't be based on AVCP's methodology. It will be based on the BIA's methodology, which was based on tribal enrollment. So in our funding agreement, it lists each community or each tribe with a specific dollar amount. And that's something that we don't have flexibility of. And that's right from in the funding documents. Any other questions on FY21?
Oh, last comment, please. I'm sorry. I know I have a limit of questions, but this is just a comment. What I read in the minutes for, or the whatever you call them, since they were not adopted for 2019 and 2020, was a request not necessarily by the natural object codes, but by department. How much money is AVCP receiving by, for example, I'll just use two examples. For childcare overall, how much, what is the childcare budget? And then the year-to-date actual. So it was a request to present the budget and the budget to actual by program. And I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not asking for that information now. I just read it in the minutes and I thought I remembered that to be, valid and a good piece of information that AVCP might consider sharing. So thanks again.
Thank you, Marcy. So moving FY21, as we just went over the amount of money that AVCP not directly received for our use, but for each specific grant, that money is going to be carried over to next year. So we anticipate that our budgeting cycle is going to be pretty difficult because of the large infusion of money. And we also anticipate that much of that would take multiple years to spend, because like each tribe received money, it takes time to ramp up the programs, the processes, and the people to be able to get that out. And we'll be doing that in planning for that in the fourth quarter of this year into next year, but it'll be a multi-year process for us. Just as a frame of reference, if you go back and look at our prior year's audits, AVCP, the last few years has been a $55 million a year annual revenue. And this year we just reported that we received 32 million in ARPA and CARES Act money that we were not expecting. So, our revenues are going to increase substantially in FY21, in excess of 50%, which is pretty substantial and puts a pretty big burden operationally on how to make that money work for our tribes and our customers, but also for accounting and grants and compliance and all our other processes. So we're being very, very diligent to make sure that we remain compliant and are be able to meet all of our grant conditions. So the FY21 budgeting process is going to be, in terms of dollar amount, the biggest in AVCP history. So with that, our budgeting process starts in August, and we budgets first. We figure out how much we expect to receive in all of our grants. We work on that programmatically by each funding source, braid that together through our programs, braid that together through our divisions, and roll that up for an organization wide budget. And our goal is to have a budget, organization-wide budget to present to our executive board at our December meeting. I fully expect that our budget next year will be in excess of what we budgeted this year. But again, we want to be clear that it's going to take us time to ramp up. You just don't turn on service like a spigot of water. It takes time to develop, hire employees, find office space, and develop the programs to do that. So it's going to be a pretty challenging year to be able to do that. So that's all I had. Just in summary, we went over where we came from last year with the presentation from BDO on our audit. We have a long way to go, but have made substantial improvements in our commitment. And you can put this in the minutes that our goal is to have the final audit in the convention packet for 2022. We talked about briefly how we're performing this year in FY21, and the theme is we're under budget. And we mentioned the challenges that are driving those variances, and then our plans for 2022, developing our organizational budget. And likely it's going to be a multi-year budget because of the amount of ARPA and CARES Act funding that we've received in the last 18 months. We're running pretty short of time, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. If I'm not able to answer the questions, I can write it down and get back with somebody offline once we find that information. Any other questions?
Yeah. Marvin Chanter, go to Marshall.
I'm sorry, there was two folks. I heard the Marshall one first, so we'll go with Marshall and then get the next one after that. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm seeing numbers that are over or under budget year-to-date variance. However, there's one that isn't, 100,756 for tribal pass-through. Can you explain that, please?
Sure. The tribal pass-through is a bucket that includes, there's two pieces to it. One is the ATG tribes, the money passes from the BIA through AVCP direct to then to the ATG tribes. Also included in that, for the ATG tribes, many of the administrative positions are funded by AVCP and their AVCP employees. So those are the two buckets that make up the tribal pass-through. That's over budget, but that's simply just a matter of timing, that the regular ATG funding is passing through timely. And so that's not a variance that I'd be very concerned about at this time. But that's what the tribal pass-through bucket includes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There was another question and I didn't hear who it was.
Yeah, this is Mike Williams from Mack.
Hi, Mike. Good afternoon. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm curious about the ARPA funding and CARES Act funding. I know that many of the communities have received directly those funding, including my tribe. How is AVCP going to allocate that money to each member tribe? I know we have 56 tribes, and how are you planning to spend that money that you received from ARPA?
Thank you, Mike. So there's a few funding mechanisms and we covered them, and it would be good to go over them again. The money that AVCP passes through from BIA is for the ATG tribes. And that formula for ARPA, again, is based on the tribal eligibility that each tribe reported to the BIA. So AVCP doesn't decide that. It was based on eligibility reported to the BIA, and that's a BIA formula. So does that answer that question?
Yeah, thank you.
And then the other pieces that are not from the BIA are other programs. Each have different grant requirements, and some of them are similar and some of them are very different. But for example, our supplements from ARPA and CARES Act for TANF must be spent using the TANF rules and regulations with eligibility and files. So that money, again, I want to, just for clarity, didn't come to AVCP to disperse at our discretion, but came through as grant supplements, and we have to use the grant conditions under which they were received by to disperse them. And there is eligibility requirements that largely AVCP does not set, but are based on the grantor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Joy? Okay, I got the thumbs up from my boss, so I am good to go. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you for your report there. At this time, we're going to try do the roll call one more time to see if we got a quorum, because we do have some action items that need to get resolved. So at this time, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the department to do roll call. And this will be the last one. Otherwise, we'll just have to go on to the informational portion on the rest of this agenda. Thank you.
Sound check.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm gonna read off the tribes who said they were present. Akachok, Akyak, Algachik, Andrievsky, Anyak, Asajahmut, Atmoshok, Jafornik, Shivak, Dwathbalak, Eek, Georgetown, Goodness Bay, Hamilton, Hooper Bay, Upper Calskag, Gusigluk, Withluk, Guigalnuk, Guinachuk, Marshall, Napaimute, Nabuskak, Nunam Iqa, Nunakoyak, Nunapichuk, Ohagamute, Uhutzachmute, Oscarville, Paimute, Pitkas Point, Scammon Bay, Tuluksak, and Tuntutuliak. Is there other tribes that I haven't said?
Did you never call Lower Calskag?
Okay, Lower Calskag is present.
Yes. We've been here since this morning.
Okay, the last one I understood is Lower Calskag.
Tribe.
Did you say Alakhanuk?
Yes.
Yes, Lower Calskag is here.
Okay. Is Billmore Slough on? Is Iguhmukt on the line? Is Kangiganuk on the line? Is Kotlik on the line? And Napakyak?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, did you guys call Quistok yet?
Yeah, you're marked as present. Kangiganuk, thank you.
Yes.
You make the quorum count at 38. Is there any other tribes?
I didn't quite hear. Did you guys say Quistok? Did you guys call Quistok?
Yeah, Quifluk is marked as present.
Okay.
Tununuk, native village of Tununuk is here.
Okay, Tununuk. Okay, you are now marked as present.
Did you mark Good News Bay?
Mr. Chairman, there's 39 tribes present, which makes up a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. So we do have a quorum. So now that we do have a quorum and we have consulted with the parliamentarian. So what we're going to do is prioritize the action items on the agenda. And then what we're going to need also is a motion to take or call the, I'd like to call the order and go on down to the approval of the agenda. And those action items that we will be covering are the approval of the agenda, the 2020 Annual Convention notes, the 2019 minutes. What else we got there? The AVCP Convention Resolution Review and Approval, the second traditional chief, and the date and site of the 2022 convention. So those are the items that we do need to cover. So at this time,
Mr.
what
Chairman,
we're going to need
this
is
is Marcy Shearer.
the,
I'd like to move the agenda for all the action items you just described, and as well as the legislative update at the end. Thank you.
okay, there is a motion on the floor by Marcy to accept the agenda with the action items that need approval. Is there a second to that motion?
Second by Mike Williams, Mack, yes.
Seconded by Mike Williams. All those in favor signify by saying aye to accept the agenda.
Aye.
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 Okay, all those same sign, voted no.
Aye.
So motion is carried. So we do have an agenda. So we will be going through the action items here. And the first one is the
Mr. Chairman, this is
approval
Marcy
of
Shearer.
the-
I'd like to move the 2019 annual convention minutes.
Okay, Marsh made a motion to go ahead, accept the 2019 annual convention minutes. Is there a second to that motion?
Second by Mike again.
Second of Mike is any discussion?
Williams.
on that? Is there any discussion on that?
Question.
Oh, call for the question. Okay, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed, same. Okay, all those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, the next item we've got, we don't, 2020 is done, so administrative reports are done. Okay, the only other thing that the other item that we've got is the 2021 AVCP Convention Resolutions Review and Approval. And had asked Julia earlier to go through the resolutions that were in your packet. And Julie, if you could go through that and just read the whereases on those resolutions.
Mr. Chairman, it's Vivian. For clarification, we are only addressing the 2021 AVCP resolutions, and they are on page 13, starting on 13.
Thank you. My name is Julia Doris. I'm the chairman of the Governance Committee. And the Governance Committee consists of Christina Changsak, Joseph, Robert Hoffman, Joseph Azuluk Sr., assisted by Joy Anderson, General Counsel. The board and CEO and General Counsel, by suggestion from Native Village of Napaimute delegate, created our Resolutions Committee. And the Resolutions Committee includes myself from governments, Ray Oney from External Committee, who's the External Committee Chair, and Roy Ykhc from the Internal Committee, assisted by Joy Anderson. Ray and I will go over the number entitled now and read the now therefore be resolved on 18 to 33.
Okay, the first resolution is resolution number 210901, titled "A Resolution in Support of the Alaska Tribal Public Safety Empowerment Act."
Now therefore be it resolved that the Association of the Village Council Presidents Full Board of Directors calls to the reintroduction and passage of the Alaska Tribal Public Safety Empowerment Act. Now therefore be it further resolved that to this end, the members of the Alaska Congressional Delegation co-sponsor this legislation. Members of the Association of Convention held this 22nd day of September with a duly
Yes, go ahead and read. And then after you're done, I'll go ahead and ask if any of the resolutions need to be withheld, you know. So,
Okay.
Okay, the second resolution is resolution number 210902, titled a resolution in support for Bering Sea protections.
Now therefore be it resolved that that the Association of Village Council Presidents full board of directors affirms AVCP's continued commitment to advocating for the protection of the Bering Sea and its resources. Now therefore be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents full board of directors affirms AVCP's continued commitment to partnership through the Bering Sea Tribal Coalition, including supporting the region's participation in the Bering Intergovernmental Tribal Advisory Council, adopted by the members of the Association of Village Council Presidents during the association's 57th Annual Convention held on this 22nd day of September with a duly constituted quorum of delegates present.
Okay, the third resolution is resolution number 210903, titled a resolution in support of increased funding for the Alaska Tribal Child Welfare Compact.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents full board of directors affirms its continued support to the Alaska Tribal Child Welfare Compact. Now therefore be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents full board of directors urges the Alaska State Legislature and the executive branch to increase funding to the Alaska Tribal Child Welfare Compact in order to effect full and successful implementation. Now therefore be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents full board of directors sponsors this resolution to the 2021 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention to be held October 21 to 23rd of 2021, adopted by the members of the Association of the Village Council Presidents during the association's present.
Okay, the fourth resolution is resolution number 210904, titled in recognition of Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation's COVID-19.
Therefore be it resolved that the full board of directors of the Association of Village Council Presidents recognizes the Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation for its continued service to the tribes and communities of the AVCP region during the COVID-19 pandemic, adopted by the members of the AVCP during the association's 57th Annual Convention held this 22nd day of September with a duly constituted quorum of delegates present.
Okay, the fifth resolution is resolution number 21.
Of Village Council Presidents support the continued implementation of the power cost equalization and the protection of the power cost equalization fund. Now therefore be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents will work with tribes, organizations, the legislature, and other entities to protect the right to affordable energy in the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta and rural Alaska. Now therefore be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents full Board of Directors sponsors this resolution to the 2021 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention to be held in October 21 to 23, 2021. Adopted by the members of the Association of Village Council Presidents during the association's 57th Annual Convention held this 22nd day of September with a duly constituted quorum of delegates present.
Sixth resolution, resolution number 210906, titled A Resolution to Respond to the Crisis of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples in the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents, full Board of Directors, calls for action to respond to the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous peoples in the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta. Now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents, full Board of Directors, calls for AVCP administration to continue to advocate for law enforcement resources in rural Alaska. Now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents, full Board of Directors, call for AVCP administration to continue and expand prevention services to support healthy communities in the Yukon Delta, Yukon Kuskokwim Delta. Now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents, full Board of Directors, call for AVCP administration to explore ways to collaborate with tribes, governmental and non-governmental agencies to address the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people in rural Alaska. Adopted by the members of the Association of Village Council Presidents during the association's 57th Annual Convention held virtually this 22nd day of September with a duly constituted quorum of delegates present.
Seventh resolution, resolution number 210907, titled A Resolution Calling for a Field Hearing on the State of Salmon.
Now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents, full Board of Directors, continues to recognize and support the cultural, nutritional, and economic importance of salmon to the people of the AVCP region in perpetuity. Now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents administration work to arrange a field hearing with the congressional delegation to discuss the state of salmon in Alaska. Now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents, full Board of Directors, sponsor this resolution to the 2021 Alaska Federation of Natives Convention to be held in October 21 to 23, 2021. Adopted by the members of the Association of Village Council Presidents during the association's 57th Annual Convention held this 22nd of September with a duly constituted quorum of delegates present.
The last resolution, resolution number 210908, titled A Resolution in Support of Legislation for State of Alaska Recognition of Federally Recognized Tribes.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Association of Village Council Presidents, full Board of Directors, fully supports and calls for the reintroduction and passage of an act providing for state recognition of federally recognized tribes, adopted by the members of the Association of Village Council Presidents during the association's 57th Annual Convention held this 22nd day of September with a duly constituted quorum of delegates present. Mr. Chair, that concludes the resolutions.
Okay, thank you very much for going through each of the resolutions. Now that you've heard the resolutions 21-09-01 through 21-09-08. Are there any resolutions that should be withheld at this time? Okay, hearing no.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if there's no
yes.
resolutions, requested to be pulled, this is Marcy from the Napaimute. I would like to move resolutions 21-0901 through 21-0908, the block.
To the 08 adopt. Is there a second to that
Yes.
motion?
Seconded by Mike Williams.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor and it's been seconded to adopt resolutions 21-09-01 through 21-09-08. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All-
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, the motion carried. So the next item that we've got is the unit, this second traditional
Chairman?
chief.
Mr.
Yes.
Chairman,
Yes,
this is Richard Platts with the Chivak Native Village. I have a question. If this floor or this body will be considering late resolutions that were submitted for consideration by this body?
yes, I got a little bit ahead of myself, so you are correct. So are there any, at this time, are there any late resolutions that someone from the tribes would like to introduce? And if you do have a late resolution, it must be passed by 2/3 of the delegates present in order to be put on the agenda here. So if you do have a late resolution, if you could go ahead, present it at this time. And
Yes,
also, I
Mr.
think one of the
Chairman.
requirements was to also give copies to the other tribes for them to read, you know.
Yeah.
So if you do have a late resolution. that you
Mr.
wanna
Chairman, this
present,
is Marcy here. I do not
that's
believe Napaimute received that late resolution.
Okay, my understanding is that that the late resolution was not, a copy was not given in Napaimute.
Mr. Chairman, we submitted the late resolution submitted to the participating tribes of the Bering Sea Interior Travel Commission, those people that are members, and where we did not have the email addresses of all of the rest of the tribes. So
So my understanding is that you did not give copies to the other tribes for their consideration.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, yes, did you, give copies to the other tribes for their consideration on that late resolution?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
this is Mike Williams from Akiak. We did not receive any late resolutions, and what I would recommend that the tribe Chivak forwards the resolution to the executive board for action. And also provide that copy of that resolution with rest of the tribes. But if it's an emergency in nature, then, since we didn't get the copies of the late resolutions, that they be referred to the executive board for action.
Okay, so my understanding is that, on the late resolution that you did not get a copy and you're suggesting that they give the resolution to the executive for their consideration and also give copies out to the rest of the tribes for their consideration, unless it's an emergency resolution. And to the person that, is trying to get the resolution passed, is this an emergency resolution at this time?
Okay.
To the gentleman that requested that, the late resolution, is this an emergency resolution?
I'm not sure, no.
Okay, at this moment here, the best thing to do is to go with Mike Williams' suggestion that you give a copy to the AVCP Executive Board and also submit copies to the other tribes for their consideration. And at that time, we could review it and decide what we will be doing then. Okay, that was a suggestion, and that was a suggestion that we will take. Thank you very much. All right, is there any other late resolutions that any other tribe would like to submit that did follow the procedures for submittal of late resolutions? Okay, hearing none, we'll go going down to the next item, which is the second traditional chief election. And at this time, what I'd like to do is okay, so on the second traditional chief election, I'll go ahead and open the floor up for nominations. And on the nominations, you do not need a second, right?
The COVID side of it, when I was in lower 48, they asked me, did I get anything while I was in the lower 48?
No, it's up to the tribes. So we don't need any. So, okay, so the floor is open at this time for nominations for the second traditional chief. And if you could go ahead and call off the name that your tribe selected.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, state your name and the village or unit.
Walter Jimith ONC. ONC nominates Nils Ykhc of Bethel.
Nils Ykhc. Okay, I think I'm having a little hard time trying to understand. The stuff is coming a little bit muffled. So the selection by ONC is Nils Ykhc. Okay, are there any other nominations for the second traditional chief? Any other nominations for the second traditional chief? Any additional nominations for the second traditional chief for AVCP?
If there's no other nominations, this is Fred from Quid. I ask for unanimous consent.
Okay, there's no additional nominations, so by unanimous consent, I guess Nels Ykhc is selected as the second traditional chief for AVCP. All right, thank you very much for submitting a name for the second traditional chief, but Nels Ykhc will be recognized as the second traditional chief, and he is from Bethel. So thank you very much. Okay, the other item that we've got is the date and site of the 2022 convention. And the executive board, I think, was September 20. Hold on a second, I'll have Vivian do it.
Hello, this is Vivian Corthius. Administration has recommended to the executive board, and that recommendation is coming to the floor of the convention to set the date for next year, 2020, is September 21st. 2022, I'm sorry. September 21st, 2022.
What about location?
Hi, it's Vivian again. Location to be in Bethel. We anticipate a little bit of, well, I don't know what we anticipate next year, but based in Bethel, we have a lot of the setup we have now for the last 2 years, and we want to be prepared. So the recommendation is to have it in Bethel.
So therefore, I'd like to make a motion to have the next year's annual convention in Bethel on the 21st. And that is my motion.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to have
Planning seconds that motion.
next year's meeting on
Second the motion.
September 21 in Bethel. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
On the pie mute? Yes. Second the motion. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition, same sign?
Aye.
Motion is carried. Next year's convention is set for September 21, 2022. On the unit representation, representatives, what we, if we go into caucus right now, it might be a little hard to try to get some of the people back on. So what we'd like to do is get the the units 5, 7, 9, and 11 to go ahead and submit their unit representatives in a resolution form. If you could send those to us in a resolution form. So, okay, there's no objections to that. We'll go on down to the AVCP RHA election. And since Mark Charlie is not here, my understanding that Peter Yvonne will be the facilitator for that. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to you, Peter, if you're on.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman Tikian. And so good afternoon. My name is Peter Yvonne. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for AVCP Regional Housing Authority, headquartered here in Bethel. I'll be giving this brief presentation on behalf of our Chief Executive Officer, Mark Charlie, and the RHA administration, reporting on the final results of the 2021 Board of Commissioners. But first, we would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to the full AVCP Board, administration, and support staff for allowing us this valuable time and being so accommodating in a very busy convention. So with that being said, I will ask that any follow-up questions regarding this election directly to us here, RHA administration in Bethel, out of respect for everyone's time left today and the established agenda. And so if I get the next slide, please. I don't know if you have that presentation up. But I'll just go ahead and roll through. Let's see here. Okay, so we have confusion here on the presentation. I thought he was going to run that slide, so I apologize. Let me share my screen so you guys can follow along. Oh, actually, I'll just go ahead and continue for time's sake. So, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, AVCP RHA held and conducted the 2021 election. The process used to conduct the election was as follows. The nominations, an informational packet and nomination form was sent to each tribe with direction to utilize the form to name a person of their choice within the established guidelines. The final ballot. After the nomination process was complete, the final ballot form with the names of the 4 nominees was sent to each tribe with instructions to vote for 2 candidates and return to us by the deadline. And on the final slide, if we can get it up, it actually has the results. For the final results, I'll read them off actually as they were listed by the candidates receiving the most votes. So Moses White of the Pacific Traditional Elders Council with 14 votes. Robert Nix of the Native Village of Napichuk with 12 votes. Helena James of the Native Village of Gwinhuk with 1 vote. And George Waska Jr. of the Village of Billmore Slough with 1 vote. And so the unofficial winners are Moses White and Robert Nix based on the tally results as presented. We formally recommend the 2021 AVCP Convention and delegation ratify Moses White and Robert Nix as the official winners of the 2 open RHA Board of Commissioners seats. I will hand it back over to Chairman Tikian. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the update there, Peter.
We need the motion. We need a motion to ratify.
Okay, we do need a motion. My understanding is we need a motion to ratify the election. If there's a motion.
Mr. Chairman, it's Mike Williams. I'd like to make a motion that we ratify the Housing Authority elections.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second the motion. Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to ratify the RHA election results. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. Okay, the one other thing I forgot to bring up was that the AVCP tribal member award announcements for the Culture Bear, Healing Hands Elder of the Year, Parents of the Year, Public Service, Youth Leadership. Those will be published on our website. So the next item that we've got are the legislative update. And these will be slides from Representative Tiffany Zolkowski. I think the one from Lyman Hoffman is a hard copy that was already included in your packet. Then Congressman Don Young, Senator Lisa Murkowski, and Senator Dan Sullivan. If we can go ahead and go through those slides there at this moment. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, while the videos are ramping up, can I please read the names of the award winners?
Yes.
Thank you. These will be posted on our webpage. Every year we have awards to our tribal members. Sorry, in our region, we have different categories. We've established a process where we take nominees from our tribes and individuals across our region under these categories. We align our categories with AFN's categories, and the nominees are forwarded to AFN every year. So out of our region, we have, I'm just gonna name the category and the winner, 7 awards. And these will be available online. The details of their nomination and some bios. First is Culture Bearer, and we're going to congratulate Byron Nikolai from Tuxet Bay. Second is Healing Hands, Charlene Nagusuk Long from Hooper Bay. Elder of the Year, Jimmy P. Stevens Sr., Unapichuk. Parents of the Year, William and Hazel Alstrom. St. Mary's. Public Service has 2 winners or awardees. First is Sharon Williams, Nepaskiak. The second in the same category is Sally Martin, Native Village of Good News Bay. And the last category is Youth Leadership, Kaylee King at Mautla. So we will get this information on our webpage, and congratulations and thank you for all the nominees for this year's awards. It was difficult in some categories, but we really appreciate all their work and recognize their contributions in those categories. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go through the slides now, or the video side.
Hello, I'm Congressman Don Young, and thank you for letting me join the Village Council Presidents. You're a very important group. You're a group that will work together with the tribes and villages across the state of Alaska and make sure that they have the capability of unifying themselves to benefit the Alaska Native people. I'm very happy to be part of this program. We've been working on a lot of different things. CARES Act is one. A lot of money's been distributed amongst the villages. I hope you're using it wisely. In fact, you should be using it wisely. If we don't, because there may not be any more for a while. So let's do what's correct for it. It was part of the pandemic, and
I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Vivian right now. So,
Mr. Chairman, hi, it's Vivian. So we are limited in our ability for internet, and what's happening is the loading of these messages is being broken up because of our limitation to the internet. So my recommendation, Mr. Chair, is work with our tribal services and our communications department and email the links to the 3 messages out to our tribes. Mr. Chair, that's my recommendation, and that's what we're asking if we could do that.
okay, so we'll take that suggestion from Vivian and just go ahead and mail them off to the tribes for them to review. So we'll just go ahead and go on down to the rest of the agenda. And Edward Adams, if you're on, I would like to have you do the closing benediction. And then once that's done, then it'd be the adjournment portion. So Edward Adams, if you could, at this time, I'll turn it over to you for your closing benediction for the meeting. Edward Adams, are you on?
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear
Edward?
me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. I'd like for you to do the closing benediction for the meeting.
Yatama Samia Koyaluku Konkuta Nutum Sakman the Konpichera Samia Koyaluku Stockta Kanakotang Hotan Lingamta Umsua Kinga Kun Utumak Kuyak to Honi Matumuka Chang Halamka Tungin Honia Samian Kayak Ruta with Honi Atuk Nagaput. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Amen.
Leona, Edward, the next item that we've got is the adjournment.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting, Mr. Chairman.
who's this now?
Felix Hess with Azazazami tribe.
Okay, didn't Edward?
Yeah, Kakito.
Okay, yeah. The only thing that we've got left is a motion for adjournment.
Mr. Chairman, this is Felix Hess, and I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second to that motion?
This is Secretary Chocolate.
Okay, it's been seconded. All in favor, to adjourn the meeting, signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.